Good morning, everyone, and thank you for joining us for today's stakeholder workshop. Today, we will be discussing the preliminary issue paper for the 2021 Interconnection Process Enhancements Initiative. My name is Isabella Nicosia, representing ISO Stakeholder Affairs, and I'm also joined on the line by our presenters today. So we have Danielle Table from Policy Development, Bob Emmer, our Senior Manager of Interconnection Resources, Steve Ruddy, Director of Grid Assets, Jeff Billington, our Director of Transmission Infrastructure Planning, and Deb Levine, our Director of Infrastructure Contracts and Management. We also have a few other subject matter experts and representatives from legal, transmission planning, and regulatory contracts on the line as well. The presentation as well as the preliminary issue paper have been posted out to the initiative page. You can navigate to that page by going to kaito.com and then stay informed. And then under the Stay Informed page, you'll want to click on Stakeholder Processes or Stakeholder Initiative Processes, and then it will be listed there on that page, and you'll be able to navigate to this specific web page. So just a few housekeeping items before we get started today. This call is being recorded, and the recording is for informational and convenience purposes only. Any related transcription should not be reprinted without the ISO's permission. Today's meeting is structured to stimulate dialogue and engage different perspectives. And while we welcome comments and feedback, please just remember to keep those comments professional and respectful. And then lastly, please try and be brief and refrain from repeating what has already been said so that we can manage the time efficiently today and hear from as many stakeholders as possible. So this slide here just gives instructions for raising your hand to ask a question throughout the call today. If you connected to audio through your computer or use the Call Me feature, you'll need to select the Raise Hand icon, which is located on the right-hand side above the chat window. If you connected to audio separately and did not use that Call Me option, you'll need to press #2, and that will enter you into the question queue. If you need any technical assistance during the meeting, you can send a chat to the event producer. And then as a reminder, please be sure to state your name and affiliation before making your comment if you enter the verbal queue. You can also send a question through the chat. You can send it to either myself, again, my name is Isabella Nicosia, or you can send it to all panelists, and then I will read your question out to our presenters. But again, please be sure to put your organization or affiliation name in your chat so that we can identify you. The slide here shows where we are at in the policy initiative stakeholder process. So we are right here before the issue paper actually, and this is our first working group to kick off the process. The agenda for today, in just a second, I'm going to hand it over to Danielle for an introduction and background, and then we'll go through some of the proposed issues for phase 1, which is the near-term enhancements, and then we also have some proposed issues to include in phase 2, which is more of the long-term enhancements. And then we'll cover some next steps and then break for lunch. And then after lunch, we'll pick it up with some of our stakeholder presentations. So today we have 3 different stakeholder presentations. We'll start off with one by Southern California Edison, and then Gridwell will give a presentation, and then LSA and SDIA. And then we'll have some time at the end for some Q&A. So with that, I will hand it over to Danielle, and we'll get started with the introduction and background.
Thanks, Isabella. So the next couple slides will serve as a high-level introduction to this initiative, and then we'll be presenting on more of the details related to the issues that are outlined in the preliminary issue paper that was posted a couple weeks ago. So the Interconnection Process Enhancements Initiative, or the IPE initiative, is the ISO's ongoing commitment to continuous improvement to the generator interconnection and deliverability allocation procedures, or the GITAP, by making appropriate process enhancements as the environment for resource interconnection evolves. The 2021 IPE initiative is really seeking to explore solutions to issues that fall into 4 main buckets. The first bucket is addressing the fact that the accelerated pace of resource procurement and development needed over the next 5 to 10 years may not align with our current interconnection processes. This area of focus includes considering broader reforms to align our interconnection processes with procurement activities that may be conducted on a one-off or long-term basis. The second bucket of issues is focused on issues that we are aware of and need to be enhanced or adjusted based on the current circumstances since the last IPE initiative that was completed in 2018. And the third bucket of issues this initiative seeks to address is focused on considering further enhancements to the Cluster 14 or the supercluster process. And finally, the reason we're all here today is the last bucket of issues will come from the stakeholder community. Today's stakeholder workshop is really the first opportunity to learn about what topics or issues all of you think should be considered within the scope of this initiative. And our intention here is to leverage your feedback and input prior to posting the next iteration of the proposal. So I'll encourage that throughout today's presentation and workshop that stakeholders on the call chime in when we do pause for questions and comments. And I'll also encourage that stakeholders submit written comments by October 28th. Let's move to the next slide. Great. So given the current supply conditions and the unprecedented procurement orders for the next 5 years, we've determined that this initiative will have two distinct but simultaneously run phases. Phase one will focus on the near-term enhancements to the existing interconnection processes that the CAISO can resolve, particularly related to the queue overload compounded by Cluster 14. This phase will be targeting a completion before the summer of 2022. And phase two will focus on resolving longer-term modifications and broader reforms to align interconnection processes with procurement activities. These modifications and process reform considerations will work to achieve greater efficiencies and use of valuable planning and engineering expertise, as well as also reduce uncertainty in the development processes. This phase will be targeting a completion before the start of Cluster 15 in April 2023. So with that, let me turn it over to Bob, and he'll provide an overview of the issues in the phase one near-term enhancements.
Okay, thank you, Danielle. And good morning, everybody. Hopefully everybody's doing well. So in these next 3 slides, I'm going to be going over the phase one items, and these are issues that the ISO concluded needed enhancing, and based on our experience since our last IPE initiative. Most of them are pretty straightforward and pretty simple. I'll be going over them at a pretty high level and then opening up for questions. Probably do it on a per slide basis. We'll see how that goes. So the first one is to remove the downsizing window and to simplify the downsizing request process. These bullets below here show, they describe the purpose and how we propose to change the window itself. But really the primary purpose of this particular item is to simplify the downsizing tariff language. The downsizing process had been developed over a couple of iterations, and a lot of detail were put into it that we don't think all of that detail is still needed. So we're looking to simplify that process. The second item is to develop a process when changes to network upgrade requirements are determined after the initial financial security postings have been made. And once postings have been made, the error or omission section of the tariff does not apply any longer. And we've discovered some times where changes have been made, particularly after the second posting, where changes to the cost as well as the in-service date have occurred, and we feel that we need to develop some criteria to more explicitly spell out how the cost responsibility will be allocated a cost between either the PTO or the customers when that does occur. So with that, I'll stop here and open it up for any questions on these 2 items.
All right,
We do have a couple of hands raised. I'll go to the first person in the queue.
Yeah. Hi, this is Susan Schneider, Phoenix Consulting. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah, hi. I had a question about the downsizing window issue. I could see where perhaps it might simplify some of the tariff language, but from the perspective of a developer, it seems like it's pretty much the same as before, where, I mean, they would be able to submit a downsizing application maybe any time, but it still only would get assessed once it's not like it would get assessed when they submitted. It would still get assessed only once a year in the reassessment study, right?
I think for the most part, that's true. There may be certain circumstances that if we see that there are absolutely no network upgrades for the project, that we might decide that it doesn't actually need to go through the reassessment process, but we'd be looking on that on a case-by-case basis, but we need to really develop those type of criteria in this process.
Okay, so and you would be developing those criteria in this process as part of this item.
That's correct.
Okay, all right, that's helpful. Thanks very much.
And we'll go to the next person in the queue.
Is that Gary?
Hi, Gary.
That's Gary.
Hi. I'm not stealing my thunder from later this afternoon. SCE is supportive of the second item and actually wants some additional clarification to it. So we'll talk about that in my presentation this afternoon. Just wanted to alert people about that.
Okay, thanks, Gary.
I don't have any other questions at this time.
Okay, let's move to the next slide. So item 3 is to provide an option to withdraw a project when impacted by new costs and or a delay in in-service date after having made its second posting and possibly its initial posting as well. The project would be given an option to either accept and move forward with the change or withdraw and receive a full refund of its interconnection financial security posting and possibly a refund of its unused security deposit. We have run into some instances over the last few years where some significant changes have occurred to a project well after their second posting that have, according to the interconnection customer, put their project in jeopardy of no longer being feasible. And so we thought that if significant changes happen late in the process, that we ought to propose at least to provide an opportunity for a project to receive all of their interconnection financial security posting back. And item 4 is to clarify the definition of reliability network upgrades that are determined to be needed in the deliverability study. Any remedial action scheme or other RNU that is identified in a deliverability study is categorized as an RNU and will impact the total RNU cost calculation for the RNU cost cap. There's been some misunderstanding of that in the past where people have felt that since an RNU was determined to be needed in the deliverability study, that it really should be a deliverability network upgrade. And we just wanted to clarify those RNUs that will remain RNUs even though they were determined in the deliverability study. So with that, I'll stop on this slide. Are there any questions on these items?
I'm showing a hand raised. I'll go ahead and unmute that person.
Hi, it's Gary, SCE again. On number 3, it is not clear in the paper if there is a end point by which this off-ramp exists. Is the end point the execution of the interconnection agreement or start of construction activities or what have you, third posting, which is usually the start of construction activities. So just a thought as far as completeness here, that you have a start point as the second IFS posting. When's the end point? Thanks.
Right. So, that item is yet to be determined, and we'd be looking for guidance from everybody in their comments on that. Any other questions? Okay, let's move to the next slide.
I think we have a few more questions in the queue. We had Songjae and Susan, I think.
Hi, this is Songjae Zhu from Great Bright on behalf of Calvia. Can you hear me?
Go ahead, Sandra.
Okay. Yeah, so on number 4, I understand this is a tariff clarification, but would ISO consider adding some BPM clarification regarding the ISP project later on in the deliverability assessment, a new RNU identified, and how that RNU could impact the project's COD, commercial operation date? Some clarification on that. That RNU identified later in the deliverability study should not delay projects interconnection as an interim energy only, right?
Okay. Well, if you would provide that in your comments, I'd appreciate that.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we'll go to the next caller.
Yeah, hi, Susan Schneider, Phoenix Consulting again. Just a couple of responses and questions. But anyway, in response to SCE's comment on the if there should be an end date, I'm sure that our position will be that there should not be an end date. And in fact, if a GIA has been signed and construction has already started, it's unlikely the developer would want to stop. But if the COD is delayed 2 years at that point, or a lot more money comes in, but especially if the COD is delayed, the project could lose its PPA. There's a lot of things that could happen, and certainly the further along it is, the worse it is, and so we don't see any particular reason for an end date on that particular item. So I'm sure that will be our position in our written comments. I did want to support also Sanjay's question. It seems like if the RNU is triggered by a DNU and the DNU is not required for COD, which normally is not, then it seems like the ISP project should be able to move ahead and reach COD. So we'll put that in our comments as well. But I guess I wanted to ask on that number 4, what is the reason why, since it's triggered by a deliverability upgrade, why is it that is still counted as an RNU and not as part of the deliverability upgrade, as far as the cost cap or refund cap?
Well, it's been an item that we've discussed internally a number of times, and really comes down to what a definition of something like a remedial action scheme really is. And it has definitions in IEEE and other places that describe it as a reliability type of upgrade. So we didn't feel that we should change that definition just because it was determined to be needed in the deliverability study.
Okay, but if not for the fact that you had a deliverability upgrade, that RNU would not have been triggered at all. So, I mean, I understand it's a reliability upgrade. I think they're usually called deliverability related RNUs in the studies. So we understand it's actually an RNU in that sense, but it would not be triggered if not for the deliverability upgrade.
I don't know if that's always the case. That's quite often that when it's discovered in the deliverability studies, that the reliability side of the studies agree that, yeah, we see that it's needed for that. So I'd have to turn it over to one of the engineers to speak to it more than I could at this point.
Okay, well, we'll put that in our comments, but I think we still have we understand that this is the suggestion, but we have some serious questions about it. So we'll put those in the comments, but it just wasn't, it was clarified or whatever you want to call that in the document, but it wasn't actually explained, and so we would probably be looking for more of an explanation. So
okay.
Thanks.
I will go to the next caller in queue.
Hi, it's Gary. Responding to Susan's point on number 3, and I won't belabor it, but just there are already refundability provisions for IFS and commitments after the start of construction activities. And so we don't want something here to be to be changing what already exists for as far as refundability, and we'll put that in our comments as well. Thanks.
Okay. I'd like to just caution everybody that the intent of today's discussion is really not to debate solutions. So we're here to really bring forth what our proposed items are and make sure people are clear on what those items are and be able to ask questions on them. But we really don't have time to debate solutions for all the proposed items because there are quite a few. So do we have any other questions for this particular slide?
I'm not showing any at this time.
Okay. So item number 5 is develop criteria for transferring PTO WDAP projects into the ISO queue during the validation process when the POI is determined to be on the ISO control grid. It is not uncommon that after an IR submission window has closed for the PTO and for the ISO, that the PTO discovers within the WDAT IR that the POI is actually on the ISO control grid. And we need some tariff clarity on how to transfer an IO to the ISO, how that should be accomplished, and any potential criteria of when such a transfer should not be accommodated. So it's something we've been doing over the last number of years, but we're starting to see more of those. So we feel we need just some better tariff clarity on that. Item number 6 is changing sites and points of interconnection during the IR validation process. This has become an increasing challenge over the last couple of cluster windows. And while tariff provides guidance on what should be allowed, we need specific tariff criteria to guide future site and POI changes during the IR cluster window validation period. So any questions on these items?
Looks like we have a couple of hands raised. Caller, your line is unmuted.
Yeah, hi, Susan Schneider, Phoenix Consulting again. I think on number 5, we really would support having that as part of the scope here, and hopefully it's not anything complicated, but I'm aware personally of one project that went all the way through the phase 1 study before somebody discovered that it was actually a WDAT project. And I think it's a matter of particular confusion in the PG&E area where you have projects. There's most of the dividing line is at the 60 kV area, but or the 60 kV level. But there are a few, say, 115 kV lines that are actually WDAT. So if the CAISO could include here how to identify and not only how to transfer when people go the wrong way, but how to help people identify in advance what jurisdiction the lines belong to, that would be helpful as well.
All right, thank you, Susan.
All right, we'll go to the next raised hand.
Hi, can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah, hi, this is Swaraj. I'm calling on behalf of Hyper Power. Question on 5, what about the other side of it? If you have a CAISO queue project that is connecting to a facility that thought it was CAISO administered, but then figures out that it needed to go through the WDAT and then it gets pushed to the WDAT, what is the process for that to not be allowed?
Well, within our process, the ISO would be willing to facilitate that transfer process. However, that really needs to be handled within the WDAT tariffs of the PTOs. So there's a limited amount that we can do within the ISO tariff to facilitate that. But we'd be willing to put in what our tariff, whatever might be appropriate. I don't know, Bill, do you have any further comments?
Yeah, nothing from our side, thanks.
Okay.
All right, we'll go to the next raised hand.
Hi, this is Sam Bustillo from STG&E. For item number 6, we'd also ask if ISO can consider, a timeline for where in the IR validation phase we're at when these changes occur. If they happen earlier in the process, then it's not as much of a, an effort on the PTO side to go through the entire IR validation process. But if we're having these changes occur, nearing the end of it, there's, only so much we can do in order to validate that in the time, especially, with these large clusters. So as ISO looks through this paper, we'll be providing comments as well, but we just like to see some time qualifiers in there as well. Thank you.
Okay, and just to be aware that I'm sure you recognize this, but our tariff does require that projects verify their POI a number of days after the scoping meeting. So these type of changes frequently do happen after a scoping meeting, but typically they don't change from the ISO control grid to a WDAT at that point. It's typically within the ISO. So this is more targeted to POIs that are discovered not on our system and need to be transferred to a WDAT, and the WDAT goes through the same process where they discover it's not on their system, need to transfer over to us.
Oh, okay. Does that mean that this item 6 is related to item 5 as well?
Oh,
I thought this was a completely separate item that was about POI changes for, let's say, only ISO controlled.
Right. Yeah, so, but it's basically the same situation though. Those POI changes typically do happen after the scoping meetings occur.
Okay,
so, any deadlines that you'd like to see in that process, be sure to put into your comments.
Will do. Thank you.
All right, we'll go to the next caller.
Hi, this is Kathleenlbert from Vistra. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, Bob. I wanted to discuss number 6 a little bit in more detail as well. So I appreciate and I do appreciate the timeline question for the last person. Thank you for that. My recollection of the timing had been that we had about 10 days after scoping meetings to confirm any POI changes. So I was curious if you could, which is in my mind, a fairly limited window from submission through scoping 10 days after. So I wasn't sure if this was a timing concern that you had, or if what the problem statement here is about which POIs are eligible to be transferred to. And I was just hoping, Bob, you could maybe spend a little bit more time kind of fleshing out what the challenges are with this particular item that you've been seeing.
Well, what we've seen in the last couple of years is some projects coming in and they don't really have a POI. They choose a POI, but they're just looking for the best point to locate. And if the POI they chose in their AR is not one that is very advantageous to them, they start wanting to discuss POIs across the entire system. And really, we're expecting projects to be further along in their development process rather than come in and say, well, I can interconnect anywhere. You tell me where I should go. Now, I understand, as Susan asked earlier, that many stakeholders would like to see more information to help guide them in that decision-making process of where are good spots to locate. And the ISO is going to work towards seeing what we can do to provide more information. But we want to make sure the projects that are coming into the queue are really further along in their decision-making process of where they need to locate. And coming in late can cause issues where, if you're going to change your POI, now we need a whole new IR to update the POI, and that can really extend the validation process longer than it was anticipated to be able to handle. So we really want to come up with what is criteria, so when projects did have to change their POI, we started to running into some gray areas of how far should we allow them to change their POI. Should they even be allowed to change the POI from one PTO to another? And those type of issues were coming up. So we want to get some criteria that we can all agree to, and so that customers understand that criteria coming into the process. And related to the timeline, we used to have something in our tariff that I believe was within 3 days, it might be 5 days after the close of the scoping meeting was held, that we needed to have the POI validated. that somehow got taken out of the tariff, so we need to get some timeline put back in the tariff. So within item number 6, we would be interested in hearing people's thoughts on what is an appropriate timeline.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for that additional detail. Just as kind of give initial feedback, Vistra definitely supports any kind of problem statement that is geared towards trying to limit or disincentivize the amount of speculative requests that get submitted. Our queue is really full, and there are projects that are farther along, as you mentioned, and so I think this conceptually sounds really positive, and appreciate the CAISO bringing it forward. I'll put my initial thoughts out there on the timeline, but we'll put these in written comments. We do use the guideline document and those timelines, and we treat them as firmly as we can, even if it's not a tariff. So while I think anything tighter than what we've been grown accustomed to, 10 days after would be maybe more difficult. Something that is just codifying what is already in that spreadsheet, I think it would be workable. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions?
Yes, we have another hand raised. Holly, your line is unmuted.
Hi, this is Swaraj again from Hyperpower. More of a comment than a question. We strongly support, echo, and encourage Susan's point of the ISO actually sharing a list of transport facilities or facilities under the ISO control. It would help undo a lot of the rework that keeps getting done. Most ISOs do maintain a list of transition facilities or facilities that they oversee. So we definitely strongly encourage CAISO and the transmission owners to work towards getting the list and getting that published. Thank you.
Any other questions?
I'm not showing any other hands raised at this time.
Okay, let's go to the next slide. So the next 2 slides get into potential further adjustments to the cluster 14 supercluster process. It also says on this slide, in earlier clusters, I don't really envision much happening that would impact earlier clusters, but that's just there in case something might. So to go through this slide, number 1 is, should site exclusivity documentation be required to proceed into the phase 2 study process? We have, well, I would say that some ISOs across the U.S. require site exclusivity in order to submit an IR. The ISO doesn't necessarily feel that that's appropriate, but we think it might be appropriate to require site exclusivity at phase 2. So we're seeking stakeholder input on this item. Item number 2 is, should equipment requirements be introduced? So should a demonstration be required that a project has some level of a commitment from a supplier for various key equipment required for the project to timely move forward, either at the IR stage or to enter phase 2? Item number 3 is, should an accelerated process for ready projects be considered? This process would need further consideration of criteria to verify what readiness is, the study process for ready projects, and any consequences for delays after declaring being ready. So this issue was raised by stakeholders as an option for capacity to be able to move online more quickly. And while we see a number of challenging issues associated with this, but we would like to get stakeholder feedback on this particular item as well. So I'll open it for questions on this slide.
All right. Holly, your line is unmuted.
Hi, Susan Schneider, Phoenix Consulting. I think that there's probably some support, definitely for number 1, although I don't know if the membership in LSA and CIA will be unanimously supporting that. But I think that we did get some pushback on item 2, because while a project would be going and securing sites and getting things ready to move, they wouldn't necessarily before phase 2 even have put in serious orders for long lead time and expensive equipment. So I think that particular one might be problematic, but there may be some support for the other 2. So I guess I'll just leave it at that.
All right, I guess, does anybody have any other questions?
Yes, we do have a couple more hands raised. Caller, your line is unmuted.
Great, thank you. This is Kathleenlbert again from Vistra. I wanted to just acknowledge the CAISO listening to stakeholder feedback and some of the earlier processes. This is one issue that Vistra has been raising, and we've, submitted comments previously. This is definitely one of the bigger concerns that we have, and so we appreciate seeing it called out as a problem statement already. But just to kind of flesh out, I think our views on this, the concern is that the queue is so large. It includes both kind of viable projects, first-ready projects, as well as speculative. I don't know that we have landed on a view that the more speculative projects should not, proceed into phase 2, which I think is one way to read some of your bullet points. But we definitely believe there needs to be a process to prioritize the first-ready projects. So in our mind, we've been thinking about it more as a first, subclusters, a first-ready cluster and a more speculative cluster with other projects that can't support some of these criteria that we'd be fleshing out in this process. But so that gives everyone a chance to remain in the queue, but to prioritize the projects that can support site exclusivity and that they are viable, so that the first ready can be first served, similar to some other processes that kind of adopt that first ready, first served principle. So thank you so much for, listening to the stakeholder community and at least bringing this issue into this project. We look forward to working with you.
All right, and kind of related to that, as you provide comments related to what you're describing something that would have a unique study process that we would really appreciate you giving some thought and in your comments, a suggestion of what that study process might look like.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the feedback. We will do so.
So are there other questions?
Yes, we have, I think, 4 more questions.
Mark?
Go
ahead.
Hey, Bob, can you hear me? It's Mark.
Yes.
Hey, good to hear from you. On number 2, the equipment requirements, I think that does make sense. Can you tell me a little bit more about what you're thinking of in terms of a demonstration? Cluster 14 is going to take 3.5 or 4 years to get through, and the technology is evolving so quickly that it might be difficult to be able to demonstrate key components that early in the process. So can you talk a little bit more about what you mean by a demonstration?
Well, I think that's up in the air. All of these items here were initially brought up by stakeholders. So stakeholders have various items in mind. One example I can give you of an example that was given to me was, hey, I've already got batteries in a warehouse ready to go. I just need to, get my project going and install them. Versus other people may have the supply chain for batteries are getting more problematic, and it may take other projects longer to get batteries. So, maybe there should be a faster track for those type of projects that can say, hey, I've got my equipment ready to go and I can move quickly. So that's kind of the thinking that I was told around when this item was suggested. So I don't have any preconceived ideas myself, so we're looking for stakeholder feedback on this.
Okay, thanks, Bob.
All right, we'll go to the next raised hand.
This is Song Zhu from Greenbright again. So our member supports streamlining the interconnection process, help the ready project to move forward quickly. But so we do support number 1. Some additional consideration for ISO is that you may have different level of site exclusivity requirement at IR submission phase versus at phase 2. That could even help further. But our member does not object to number 2 for the reason, same reason Susan already stated. We are not objecting that the project that already have purchased the equipment can maybe put on some fast track, but they should not be imposed as a general requirement for all the projects. Like sometimes the COD delay could be caused by the PTO upgrade, and when that happens in several years, the technology evolves so fast. Really don't see the project should commit to certain equipment that early. Now on number 3, we just want to caution that the complication of coordination. One thing we want ISO to pay attention that those ready project moving forward should not delay the rest of the project to go through the interconnection process and finish it.
Okay, so any ideas of how that might be accomplished? Love to hear your ideas.
I don't have a concrete idea. I'll listen to the further discussion, and we'll put into comments when we talk to our members.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
I will go to the next raised hand.
Hi, Sam Bustillos, SDG here again. On number 3, we'll just be looking for some clarifications around network upgrades and how categorizations for PNU, CANU, assigned network upgrades might change and alter, and then how we're going to be reflecting those for other projects if we do have, let's say, these ready projects that are brought forward. So we'll put in comments asking for some clarification there, but it's something that I think needs to be considered. Thanks.
Right, yeah, I appreciate that.
All right, we'll go to the next caller.
Hey, it's Gary Holdsworth, SCE. Bob and any others, the ISO, have you considered a kind of like a working group meeting or group working team for number 3 with broad representation of all the stakeholders? Because this is a dramatic departure if we're talking about where we've been since 2005 and 6. So it's just a thought, if it really is going to be looked at seriously, it may need some specific, weekly meetings to work out some things if it gets to that. These meetings are great, but that's really going to be a nitty-gritty and fundamental change on how interconnections are processed. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Gary. We'll have to see what the stakeholder comments on this actually are, whether this is something that will move forward or not. If it does move forward and we see that there's some viable methodologies to actually handle this, it might be something that would need to be moved to, say, phase 2 of the process, because it would take longer, and having those kind of meetings might be well appropriate to be able to handle this type of an item. So we'll be considering that as we move forward. What's the best way to handle this and other topics that might fall in that kind of situation as well. Are there other outstanding questions?
Yes, there is. One more.
Good morning. This is Rayanne Quadro from Gridwell Consulting. I just wanted to echo support for Gary's idea that item number 3 should be reviewed under a working group. It's really hard for me to conceptualize how something like that could be created without impacting the study cluster process as it exists today in terms of upgrade allocations. And I think that it does deserve Gary.
Rayanne, you're kind of cutting out, so I'm not catching your last few sentences.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we're not hearing you anymore. So one thing I just would like to make sure everybody, when they put in their comments, make sure they tell us whether you support this If we don't get enough support, this item may not go forward. So if people truly do support this, make sure you voice that and give us some level of an understanding of somewhat of a methodology that you would support seeing into this type of an issue going forward.
I do see one more question in the chat, so I'll read it out. It's from PG&E. Is there a CAISO definition already for what a ready project entails? And then goes on to state that the belief that requiring a project to be ready before entering any CAISO study process should be a minimum requirement in order to avoid study process delays, especially for cluster studies.
Well, I think we're looking for stakeholders to help us define what ready really means. So at this point, this is something that was a topic that was brought up in the Hurricane NOPR, and I don't know if there was really much guidance in that either, but we would need to define what that really looks like.
Thanks, Bob. I'm not seeing any other questions in the chat. Do we have any others on the phone line?
I have another hand raised.
Thanks. This is Kathleenlbert from Vistra. Just was one thing I wanted to interject is that I'd encourage the CAISO and the stakeholders as we think through this, think of ready as maybe not a binary state. There are, like, all of the factors that you've raised here, maybe at different points for different projects. And so I almost see it as a spectrum. There are projects that are most first ready, and then there are some that are a little bit farther along, but have some of these in play. And so myself, I'm thinking about it as maybe a bit more of a spectrum than a binary check yes or no, but just wanted to encourage others to maybe explore that concept.
So while I understand your concept of that, we would need to have some sort of a black and white line, though, that will help us, to determine what a ready project really looks like. So we don't want to be in a situation where it's debatable, and we don't want to be put in a position where it's up to ISO discretion whether it's ready or not.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. I would, echo the calls for working groups or to really kind of be the doers in a group and get down deep into this and work with the broader stakeholder community to help get to a point where you have those bright lines, whether it's a binary or it's a spectrum. I'm happy to do that work with the rest of the stakeholder community. Just to kind of give a concept framework, I think about the TPD allocation where it's got several different priority levels that you have to meet different criteria to be within them. We define the criteria, so that's your bright line, but it's not necessarily an all or nothing approach. It does give kind of different levels of treatment. And I think that is something that we have today, people understand to some, and so maybe could build on that idea of there's different points in the process on this quote unquote ready. But yeah, I'm happy, we're happy to be a part of that and help get to a place where there's something with a little more teeth on it. I do think it would take some additional meetings and stakeholder collaboration. Thanks.
All right, are there any other questions?
I'm not showing any verbal questions at this time.
Okay, let's move on to the next slide. So item number 4, would different requirements for different technologies to advance in the interconnection process be appropriate? One area of consideration is between location-specific resources versus more location-flexible resources, and technologies that could be considered for different treatment based on meeting specific system needs and local flexibility needs. And some of those type of projects that we envisioned were battery energy storage and offshore wind and geothermal, where battery energy storage is kind of in one category where they have greater siting flexibility than most projects, and maybe we'd want to include some different requirements for those type of projects related to offshore and geothermal to increase diversity. Both onshore wind and geothermal are now being specified in the CPUC portfolios, and due to their longer lead times and unique issues, should these type of technologies be given some unique treatment to facilitate them in some way? So I know this is a pretty broad statement and not a lot of definition around it, but this is something that's been brought up by stakeholders, and so it's not like the ISO has any specific thoughts necessarily around this, but we're looking for stakeholder feedback on this. So with that, are there any questions?
All right, we do have a couple of questions.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, this is Shane O'Brien with IPA Power. A lot of these proposals are really focusing on enhancements or changes to the study process itself. I was curious, as a more comprehensive look, end to end. One of the other major pain points for us too is the lead time for interconnection facilities, and even more so for the network upgrades if they're required. It's one thing to speed up the process, but if we just get the answer faster and then we still have to wait, several years for those upgrades to be completed, as one of my colleagues pointed out earlier, with the technology changes, especially with battery storage resources occurring so rapidly, we want to make sure that when you're looking at those requirements that they're not detrimental to the overall timeline of the project.
All right. I'll make sure you put those concerns into your comments.
Absolutely.
All right, we'll go to the next raised hand.
Yeah, hi, Susan Schneider, Phoenix Consulting. I just want to note that the issue of, perhaps giving some priority to battery storage because they're location flexible, if that's what's intended or hinted at here, is a little bit contrary to telling people, or perhaps having a requirement for site exclusivity earlier in the process. Because if you're talking about the flexibility in the for locations, I guess I'm just going to note that you have to somehow figure out how to tie those two things together. Also, it seems like I guess I'm wondering how you would reconcile the idea of reserving or giving priority to specific technologies with the whole open access concept of the CAISO system in general.
Yeah, well, we're not going to solve that on this call, but that is an issue that would have to be solved.
Okay, I agree. Thanks.
All right, we'll go to the next raised hand.
Song Zhu from Great Bright. We'd like to get more clarification on the scope of this item. So ISO is intending to create special process requirement for based on the technology, or also include technical requirement. So for example, if it's offshore wind, are you going to put different requirement for example, during at IR submission, different model submission requirement for offshore wind than the other type, because offshore wind is a more specific technology, and the details is only known when the project is well in progress. Also, process-wise, what kind of different treatment you are envisioning, the way to get TPD allocation? Could that be different among different technology? So the scope isn't quite clear to us, and we would seek some clarification on that.
Well, unless somebody else from the ISO wants to speak up, I think the scope on this is pretty wide open, and the two issues that you just brought up are two items that I think would be worth discussing. So feel free to provide those in your comments.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we'll go to the next caller in this queue. Caller, your line is unmuted.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, this is Jin from CISA. I guess I had a question just to better understand this question. And it sounds like the scope is wide open, but within ideas related to this question involve not just process-related considerations, or would it also include specifications of how things like battery storage might be studied?
I don't know that we anticipated how they're studied being different. Can you speak more to your question?
In terms of how storage systems may have a specific dispatch profile, how that might impact the deliverability study process.
Yeah, I don't really see that falling into this particular item.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
I'm not showing any other raised hands at this time.
Okay, let's move to the next slide. So to close out phase one, we considered broader issues that warrant discussion given the existing supply conditions and the need to accelerate and sustain a pace of resource procurement and interconnection. So we proposed one item that was brought up by stakeholders, which is should a one-time framework be adopted to allow resources such as storage be added to existing sites on an expedited basis to meet pressing reliability needs, despite potential impacts on earlier projects. So this issue has been raised by stakeholders, as I said, and it's an option for getting capacity online quickly. So while this could be an opportunity for bringing on capacity more quickly, we see a number of challenging issues that would have to be overcome to make this feasible. So we are seeking stakeholder input on this. So with that, any questions for this slide?
Yes, I do have a hand raised.
Hey, Bob, it's Mark again with Calpine. Could this be an area where you would consider repowers of existing, for instance, thermal resources to batteries and allow them to proceed without going into the interconnection queue? In other words, a change of fuel through a MMA request instead of an interconnection request?
Well, I would recommend you go ahead and put that in your comments, although that wasn't something that I envisioned within this. From my perspective, it's projects that are utilizing an existing GenTie and additional capacity can be brought on to an existing facility that could be, brought on pretty quickly because no network upgrades would be required. Now, when you get into repowers and different changes to electrical characteristics, that start to become a little bit more problematic of being able to do it without studying it. So, but I would still encourage you to put that into your comments.
So is this, are you considering in this then a case where an entity has an interconnection agreement, but headroom below the interconnection agreement and the current generation, and they want to add storage to it? Is that what this is getting at?
Well, that would be a prime example of one that would fit into this category. Additional items are you've got a solar site, and your solar is not generating 24/7, so there's some room on your GenTie for adding storage or some other type of technology and bringing it on pretty quickly. So that's really what we were thinking of, but
okay.
There may be some other opportunities that you can think of as well.
Okay, thanks, Bob.
All right, we'll go to the next raised hand.
Yeah, hi, Susan Schneider, Phoenix Consulting. Yeah, we definitely had some support among the members for adding storage to either already operating sites or at least sites that are further along in the queue, with the idea that it would be it's more cost effective and less risky if you've already got facilities that are built or will be built by the time before the project comes online, that the project could then use. I think the main issue here turns out to be, of course, the deliverability. So if you're adding storage by itself doesn't really do much if you can't get deliverability for it. There's not much of a market for energy-only storage that we've seen. So I think that's somehow going to be tied together with the whole TPD question and the allocation process. But definitely some support here for giving some priority at least to projects that or storage and other additions that could come online and use facilities that are already there or will be in place by beforehand.
And I think within the comments as well, right now we have a lot of capability to bring on additional capacity in this manner here. So I think we'd also be looking at what type of framework might we consider to allow even a study to bring additional capacity on very quickly as well. So I don't want to rule out a study process for this type of situation. So keep that in mind.
I think the CAISO has said, at least in the TPP, that there are locations where, I think this idea of doing it despite harming other projects. I think the issue is, are there places you could do it without harming other projects? And the CAISO has said that there are places where capacity could be added at, with few upgrades, and if this could be done in a way in an area, say, where might be TPD left, and then that could be channeled into these kind of situations. I think you'd have to tie a few, connect a few dots here, really, to make this work. But I think there would be some support, and it seems like a lower risk and quicker thing to be able to do.
All right, thanks, Susan. Are there any other questions?
Yes, we do have some more hands raised. Caller, your line is unmuted.
This may be me. Hi, this is Grant Roslin from Next Air Energy. Hi, Bob. I want to echo everything that Susan just said, but I guess, and maybe this could come up earlier, and I apologize if I'm treading over ground that's already gone over. But given the supply urgency, and to Susan's point about deliverability and the upcoming TPD allocation process, that has to happen really soon because we have affidavits due in November, I think, or end of November, with the allocation in March. Is there any way that this item could be extracted and put on an accelerated time frame to meet that? Because we're really trying to achieve for summer 2023.
So, Grant, I'm not sure that there is a way to be able to do that in such a short time frame. I have doubts, but you could always put it into your comments and we can give it further consideration. But at this point, even to do an MMA would probably not have an MMA completed by the time that the affidavits are due.
Well, I think that's kind of the issue is what's the universe of projects that you actually can do that things that would have an MMA, and to Susan's point, maybe in locations on the system that don't require extensive studying, so that you have maybe a conditional affidavit submitted that you can put in November and in the pending period when you get FERC approval for March and the allocation, then they'd be actuated on. And at that time, you'll probably also have further indication of what will be selected in LSEs for their 2023 procurement, and those things can possibly be matched up.
Well, I suggest you put that in your comments, Grant, and we can take it under consideration.
Thank you. We will.
All right, we'll go to the next raised hand.
Songjeju Graybright. So first I want to clarify this with you, Bob. When you talk about additional capacity, is that additional capacity of different time of use under the existing interconnection service capacity, or could that also be additional capacity beyond the existing interconnection capacity?
Well, I think there's really two categories to this, and I think we should keep both categories open. So, while I think we can probably accomplish most of this to the existing MMA process, but I think the portion for bringing on additional capacity, is there a way that we ought to do something on a one-time basis to allow projects to suggest new capacity at an existing facility that would have very limited upgrades to come online more quickly? And but in essence, that kind of a process might entail some queue jumping. So we want to find out if that's something people would have an appetite for.
Yeah, our members definitely object to the queue jumping. Then the general comments on this is through this proposal, that one of the objective is to meet the need for accelerated resource procurement. Our opinion is instead of creating new process, California ISO should really focus on how to help the projects already in the queue have done this phase 1, phase 2 study to complete their project, to develop their project. So that's our comments on this.
Okay, well, look forward to reading those.
All right, we'll go to the next raised hand.
Thank you. This is Kathleenlbert from Vistra. Bob, I wanted to kind of highlight a couple of the words that jump out at me as you walk through this, is the one-time framework and then to meet pressing reliability needs. And I'm connecting this item in my head to the efforts that the California state has been engaged in, the governor's proclamation, with a myriad of directives and requests to expedite new incremental capacity to come on the system in the near term. And the identified need this past summer to have some accelerated kind of emergency fast track process. Am I reading too far into this, or is it fair that this is kind of being put forward as a problem statement to help create a temporary tariff provisions that would allow kind of that emergency fast track under 205 filing?
Yeah, I think the way this is thought of at this point is it would be a one-time process to allow something to that would help projects add capacity in quickly, kind of in the way that you described, where some minimal upgrade requirements would be needed. And so, but the concern related to this is, a project could propose some additional capacity at an existing facility, but it's not in the queue at this point. And it would, into this one-time process, would potentially be jumping over some other projects that are already in the queue. So this is something that was originally brought up by stakeholders, so we wanted to bring this up as a stakeholder item to get people's input to see, is this something that people agree to or not?
Okay, no, thank you. I think, just to share as a stakeholder kind of thinking through this, it is an important data point for me, whether this is trying to implement the efforts to support what the other state organizations are doing versus and under like a very kind of strict idea of emergency state, to even consider whether if there's any way to get around the open access issues that queue jumping brings up. But the framing and anchoring it in what are we, what's the actual problem and what is is it a part of those efforts? Is it something totally different? I understand stakeholders brought it up, but as, a stakeholder myself, I've brought up that if that is a goal and that is something that the CAISO and other state agencies want to explore, having a tariff supported process to do so is definitely preferable to other mechanisms. So with the, having put that out there in the past, I'm willing to take this back and think about it in more detail rather than just giving, upfront. Queue jumping is not, an appropriate market design approach. And so I will take this back and I will think about it, but it would be really helpful if in the next iterations you could clarify if this is a separate thing, a new fast track process that you're envisioning, or if this is really trying to be providing a tariff-based avenue for those emergency projects the state is implementing. And so just a request to take it back and talk about it a little bit further and put a finer point on it. Thank you.
Yeah, to be clear, this is something that we would be looking to have some tariff definition on doing this type of a one-time process. Well, are there any other questions?
Yes, we do. Have another question.
Hi, this is Brenda Maladi with Ariwan. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes,
I have a couple of questions. Number one, to get additional capacity, as I understand, it's a one-time process, right? It's only allowed once. But any other technological changes without adding additional capacity will be allowed multiple times? Is that accurate?
I'm not sure I'm understanding the question. Additional capacity to be added multiple times?
No, additional changes to be made to the project or additional batteries to be added without adding additional capacity. Will that be allowed multiple times? Or is that a one-time process to an existing solar, let's say?
I believe it's allowed multiple times. Debbie Levine could speak to the MMA process more effectively on that.
Okay. All right. And is there a threshold being considered for the additional capacity?
Not at this time.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, I am seeing a question in the chat from PG&E, so I'll read it aloud. Would this process also allow distribution interconnected projects to add storage through the respective PTO WDT processes and then have their deliverability capacity be recalculated based on the BESS addition?
Well, we can't dictate what occurs within the WDAT process, within the WDAT tariffs. So that would be something that the PTOs would have to deal with in their tariffs. But if a project went through a WDAT process and would seek additional deliverability, I would think we would allow for that to occur by having it involved in one of the cluster process studies.
And then a follow-up to that question, would this be restricted to only DC coupled BESS additions, or would this include AC coupled BESS?
I don't think it matters.
All right, I'm not seeing any other questions.
All right. Well, the next slide is slide 16 and going into phase 2, and I'm turning it over to Steve Ruddy to go through those slides.
All right, thanks, Bob. Appreciate that. So I'm going to cover the next 4 items, and basically these are enhancements that we're looking to complete to be in effect by April of 2023, before the start of cluster 15. And so while we call it long-term, it really needs to get to the board by November of 2022. So it's not that much longer than the first track. So just keep that in mind, that we're going to move fairly quickly on these items as well. So the first one is to help prevent a repeat of cluster 14, where we had, 370 plus applications. Should higher fees, deposits, or other criteria be required for submitting an IR? Do stakeholders believe that the bar for entry into the interconnection process should be raised to discourage numerous IR submissions by a single developer? And if so, in your comments, not now, but in your comments, what are your proposed solutions? So that's item number 1. Item number 2 on this slide is, over time, the scope and complexity of the phase 1, the phase 2, and the annual reassessment studies has steadily increased, making study timelines more difficult to meet. For example, the increase in the number of generators and megawatts in a Q cluster, the increase in the complexity and modeling of proposed generations such as hybrid facilities and inverter-based resources, Additional required deliverability studies. I think we now have 3. And now we have to do charging studies for battery storage projects. And we have additional required coordination among an increasing number of PTOs. As you know, we have the competitive solicitation, and we've had a number of new players in our balancing area over the last 4 or 5 years. And so now there's more coordination between all these players. So because of this, the ISO is looking to develop a proposal for refining the phase 1, phase 2, and the annual reassessment study timelines to allow sufficient time to complete the study work and enhance efficiency. So I guess our question here is, do you agree that we should do this? I think everybody does. And any suggested solutions in your comments would be greatly appreciated. So that's the 2 on this slide. We might as well go to questions on these 2 before we move to the next slide.
Hi, do you have a hand raised?
Yeah, hey, Susan Schneider, Phoenix Consulting. A couple of things just on each of these. On the numerous IR submissions by a single developer, I have not heard this as a problem. I mean, if they're not serious applications, I think obviously no matter how many developers they come from, it's a problem. But numerous, can you explain the phrase about, or the phrase about concern about numerous IR submissions by a single developer?
Yeah, that's kind of tongue in cheek. That we have a number of developers that put in 20, 25 applications, and I don't know. I'm just, if that's the accurate number, but a number of applications where we have heard through the grapevine that they only plan to move forward on a few of them, and they're just trying to find the best spots. So obviously providing more information up front so that they pick the spots early would be helpful. And we're looking, that's another item that we're discussing. But this particular item is to kind of prevent that, and assuming that you're getting the information you need.
Okay.
Should higher fees, deposits, and other criteria be needed?
Okay. Well, because I think as larger developers obviously could do multiple projects, and so that they put in multiple applications in itself isn't an issue. But I agree that and in one of the other stakeholder presentations has this also, that people do this because they are trying to discover information that may not be available anywhere else, and so, or easily available. And so some of these probably are, searching around, I don't want to call them fishing, but yeah, looking for the best places to see what the study results come out to be, and then they may only move forward for some of them. But that's true also when you have numerous people that submit the same, interconnection applications, and some of them go away too. So yeah, I think I agree with you that the upfront information would definitely help the situation, and to the extent people are doing that kind of behavior. And I guess and let me ask a question about number 2. There's a lot of euphemism like refining it, but then allowing the time to complete the work and but also enhance the efficiency. So some of that seems to hint that maybe there will be longer timelines, and some of them seem to say maybe shorter timelines, and some say, I guess, are you thinking that this would allow you to streamline it and therefore the timelines would be shorter? Or that you need more time to do all of these things because then the timelines might be longer? Or what do you, or do you not have a preconceived idea here?
Well, I don't think we have a preconceived. I think we have some ideas, but not something that we're going to say, hey, this is where we're going. So any input we can get from you would be great. What I would like to see is that we stay with, do not increase the timelines from our current tariff. If number 1 helps out getting the number of entries down, but we still have trouble meeting the timelines because of this increased scope, then we probably need to maybe change the scope of the different phases and the annual reassessment. Are there things in those parts of the studies that aren't needed at that time? Do we provide too much information in phase 1 that's, that maybe is not needed? So we're looking at things like that. Jeff, if you're on the line, maybe if you have any input on this one, but I think the overarching guideline right now would be we do not want to increase the timelines. Absolutely.
Okay. All right. I think that,
yeah, no,
that's helpful. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, no, Steve, I think you've captured in terms of the main issues there. And like I say, it's not wanting to extend them, but there is, if some of the other measures don't change, then I guess how do we look at that schedule, right? Based on the volumes and components like that. So, but yeah, we definitely like in terms of any comments or feedback that you have.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Hey, Steve and Susan, this is Bill. I did want to go back to Susan's initial question on the, developer-based interconnection request cap. I mean, that was also an issue raised in FERC's ANOPR. I agree. Like, we haven't heard it. We haven't heard it much in the West, but it is something that FERC seemed a little bullish on, based on the way the ANOPR was written. Our comments were fairly in line with what Susan said, saying that number is not always an indication of speculation, but it is something that might, behoove us to get ahead, or at least develop a record on why we think that is practical or impractical.
Okay, thank you.
Before we move on to the other question in the verbal queue, I am seeing a question here in the chat from PG&E. So raising the study cost may reduce the quantity of applications received, but likely will have little impact on the quality of those applications. So the question here is, which of those items is the ISO's concern, quantity of applications or quality?
Well, both, but I guess I have not heard out of cluster 14 that the quality of applications has been deteriorating. But what I did hear was we have too many to look at, and that's what the delays were. But if there are some quality issues that should be brought up here, and that we need to raise the bar on the quality of submissions, absolutely put it in your comments. And suggested ideas of what those items should be.
Okay, let's go back to the verbal.
Okay. I think we have one more question there.
Yeah, Sandra Zhu from Great Bright. So on number 1, we don't feel higher fees is the effective way to manage the queue. Probably more effective would be ISO to provide information where transmission capacity is still available. Simply raising the fee, it doesn't matter for the big developers, but it could hurt the smaller developers. And then on the second one, so just some clarification. You just mentioned the intent is to keep the timeline, but change the scope so that the study can be completed within that timeline. So then does that mean, because reducing the scope, for example, in phase 1, then that means some requirement may not be identified in the phase 1. So that could result in a change of the cost cap, maximum cost responsibility, maximum cost exposure structure. Is that something envisioned to be a big change to change the cost assignment?
Again, we have no set agenda here yet. So anything that you see as a red flag or as something we need to consider, please put it in your comments.
Okay, will do. Thank you.
Thanks, Sanjay. All right. Well, I'm going to introduce this one, but I'm also going to ask that maybe Debbie Levine stand by for some of the questions that come from this one. So the number of generators interconnecting in other balancing authority areas and coming to the ISO to be studied for impacts as an affected to the ISO as an affected system has been increasing. These projects are required to work with the ISO to perform studies to determine if the ISO is impacted, and if so, determine the required mitigation. Currently, there are no tariff guidelines for determining the appropriate base case for these studies, and they can show up at any time. So what we're looking at is specific requirements for studies for what we need to study when an ISO is an affected system. So we need to develop that. And then a side issue, another issue is whether a generator interconnecting in another balancing authority should be reimbursed for network upgrades similar to ISO interconnected generation. Again, the ISO would like to hear from stakeholders if they agree that this should be addressed in this initiative, and in your comments, any potential solutions you may have. Deb, you were on mute last time, and so I think that's why we couldn't hear you. But if you have any more to add to this, great. And I think we do have a question.
Hello?
Yep, we can hear you, Deb.
Okay, thank you. I don't have anything else to add.
Okay. All right, let's go to questions then.
Yeah, Susan Schneider, Phoenix Consulting. I just got beeped. Okay, it seems like the studies that could come in at any time, as far as base cases, you've got sort of got a model for that already with the independent study process. So I don't know if it would be appropriate or not, but it does seem like whatever you do for base cases for the ISP, which could also come in at any time, it would seem appropriate to do that maybe for affected system studies, if that would work.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay, so ISP, while they can come in at any time, they do have to wait for the current cluster to get through certain aspects of their study. And then we do use that next base case that was developed. So, but that may not be, I mean, that might be the appropriate thing here. So we might have a model, but we don't have any current tariff requirements or tariff guide or direction. So that's what we're going to have to develop here. Maybe that is a solution. So if you think that's a good idea, put that in your comments.
Okay, all right, and that's fair. I'm getting an echo. I apologize, but anyway, and the other one, I think we had some mixed feelings about the second one. On the one hand, it seems like any other network upgrade on the system, if it gets funded, it's the funding entity doesn't get any priority to use it or anything like that, and so everybody else can use it. It's just like any other network upgrade on the system, and there's no particular reason not to refund it. On the other hand, we know that other jurisdictions don't really give us reciprocal treatment, and so there's some people who think maybe some kind of agreement, reciprocal kind of agreement, could be negotiated there. So we'll maybe put some of that in our comments, but I think we had a little bit of a split opinion here, and we'll have to see how that goes. We had one suggestion. Well, yes, we are going to address this also in our presentation later, so I'll save the rest of it for that.
Okay, thanks. Thank you, Susan.
Go to the next raised hand.
Yeah, Song Zhezhu from Greybright. So for the base case, we feel that sometimes it could be a long waiting time for those projects to be studied by California ISO. So we would suggest that the ISO could use the whatever available information at the time of the request and get the study done in an accelerated way. And then for the reimbursement, we believe it should be reimbursed if the generator is exporting to the ISO. But if it doesn't export to the ISO, then those networks should not be reimbursed.
All right, great. Look forward to reading that in your comments. All right, why don't we cruise to the next one? All right, so this next item is should the ISO reconsider an alternative cost allocation treatment for network upgrades to local, and that's the below 200 kV systems, where the associated generation benefits more than or other than the customers within that service area of the PTO that owns those facilities. So the ISO tariff requires the PTO to reimburse interconnection customers whose generators are interconnected to their systems, that we talked about that, for the cost of reliability and local delivery network upgrades necessary for the interconnections. Those network upgrade costs associated with the high voltage system, 200 kV and above, are assessed to the ISO PTOs and are recovered through a single regional wide transmission access charge. Conversely, the costs associated with the network upgrades to the low voltage system below 200 kV are assessed separately to each PTO's local transmission access charge and recovered from that PTO's local load. There is ongoing concern that the current practice for local upgrades could unduly impact the local ratepayers who are not the sole beneficiaries of these upgrades, but who solely bear their cost. As you recall, the ISO addressed this issue with stakeholders and filed a very narrow focused proposal to FERC in 2017. FERC ultimately found that the ISO failed to support its proposal as just and reasonable and not unduly discriminatory, and rejected the ISO's filing without prejudice, which allows the ISO to present FERC an alternative approach. So the question is, do stakeholders support revisiting this issue and this initiative? And if so, please provide any potential solutions you may have in your comments. So I guess for any questions here, Art, just do you agree that this should be dealt with in this current IPA? Absolutely no silence. Oh, there's Susan. Okay.
Someone, we have a hand raised.
Yeah, hi, Susan again. I guess, LFA supported this initiative before, and so I imagine, although we haven't had a lot of discussion yet on the ISO positions here, that we will probably do that again. There's some other options like combining, having a uniform low voltage transmission rate that maybe should be considered as well. But anyway, I think that we certainly will not have any objection to this, and we'll probably support it. It seems fair.
Well, again, we don't have a solution on the table here.
Understood.
So any solutions of how it should be allocated, should there be a demarcation between 200 and above and 200 and below and things like that are all on the table. Love to hear what folks have to say.
Okay, thank you.
All right, if there's no more questions on these, why don't we go to the next slide? I believe I'm going to hand this off to Jeff Billington for the remaining slides.
Yeah, thanks. Until we get to kind of the next steps, I'll go through the next slides. And the next one, as we look at it, kind of should there be incentives for load-serving entities to procure generation projects at locations where the transmission capacity has been built or approved based upon the CPUC portfolios. And with this, we receive portfolios for the base portfolio that in the transmission planning process, then if we see transmission upgrades that are identified, we proceed through the approval process for these upgrades and then proceed with the development of them. And so with this, kind of the current procurement practices appear not to give due consideration to transmission capacity plan to facilitate the CPUC portfolios. And this exacerbates the time required for new generation that have a PP to get into operation if they're not in those areas potentially, and results in capability not being fully utilized, which ultimately increases costs to ratepayers. And with this, as we're looking at it as well, the CAISO has limited visibility into the procurement activities of the LSEs. And so what we're looking is are there methodologies for more closely aligning the generation procurement processes of the LSEs with the generation and transmission expansion process of the CPUC and the CAISO respectively. So we can open, I guess, for question on that and then go forward. Or comment, I guess.
Let's go to the first hand raised.
I guess it's Susan Schneider again, Venus Consulting. The last one is something that we've been asking for many years and been really frustrated about. So if that could be done, that would be great. However, having the CAISO, first of all, the CAISO has not approved transmission capacity, at least not at the TPP level, for many years on a policy-driven upgrade for the CPUC portfolios. So I'm not sure where you think this is happening. but certainly LDNU type capacity, perhaps triggered through and financed by developers and ultimately refunded, but not anything that has come out of the CPUC portfolio analysis for many years. So I'm not sure where you're talking about for this. And the other thing I also would say, and this is in our TPP comments too, is that the CPUC is well aware I'm assuming well aware of the procurement practices of its jurisdictional LSEs and their application of the least cost best fit principles. And if the LSEs are selecting projects where upgrades are needed and the CPUC is presumably on board with that, I'm not sure how it's the ISO's job to come in and do something else. Now, if the CAISO could give more information, as we've discussed already, about where some of these good opportunities might be, that would probably be very helpful. But for the CAISO to give procurement acquisition incentives seems somewhat out of your lane.
Yeah, no, appreciate and kind of comments that way. What mechanisms, I guess, could be, but like I say, we'll look forward to your comments on this.
Yep.
All right, let's go to the next raised hand.
Hi, it's Gary at SCE. This item would have I think it would really benefit from a frank discussion with the procurement arms of the LSCs, who usually don't participate in all our interconnection discussions. I don't know how that can be accommodated under FERC standard of conduct and all that, but as long as we're talking generics and not specifics. But I think there's a lot to be gleaned from the procurement folks in bringing them into this discussion. Thanks.
Yeah, no, appreciate the comment there.
All right, let's go to the next raised hand.
Hi, this is Kathleenlbert from Vistra. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, great. And thanks, Jeff, for bringing this forward into the discussion. I hear the problem as less related to interconnection as a problem statement that there may be an inefficient use of the transmission utilization where it's being undersubscribed, where it is available today without additional upgrades or limited upgrades, when we're thinking about filling that up with future generation on the system. Am I hearing the problem statement correctly?
I think so. It's kind of as we're looking, we're planning the transmission system in the TPP based upon the portfolios, and if in those portfolios we're not identifying transmission needs for where they're identified in the portfolios, but if it's being developed elsewhere and it then drives transmission that we haven't planned for based upon the portfolios, there's a mismatch. So not sure if I fully answered the question, but that's kind of the issue that we're looking at in kind of in here, and what mechanisms for procurement and or alignment kind of along those lines.
Yeah, and I
recognizing, like I said, procurement's out of our visibility in a lot of ways, and so we're planning the system, and then we have the interconnections that are in different areas that are driving and potentially driving increased costs.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, and it does answer my question. I, echo, the procurement decisions. I do think we need to keep. I would suggest, and some of the policy conversations around how to have improved procurement decisions focused in the CPUC procurement proceedings. But I do want to acknowledge that, I follow your transmission. It's a little out of scope of interconnection, but I follow your transmission planning processes really closely, and I think the CAISO, you're doing a good job of putting information out there into your reports that tried to provide sensitivities on where would be, better locations for build outs of our system in light of the transmission capability. And so I want to acknowledge that, I see that, and I'm sure others do see that. So I think you're doing a good job. I think, kind of echoing some of my other stakeholder colleagues about more information. I do think your transmission capability estimate report that you do, again, is a really good thing that's available to the market. If there's ways to maybe expand on that and provide, if it's not, if the procurement arms aren't feeling like it's digestible information, I think that maybe is a problem, but definitely something that I would say let's work on kind of more on the transmission side, planning side, and maybe if it isn't being digestible, figure out how to make it, easier for the marketplace to digest that information. I'm happy to work with you on that, but I do think you're doing a good job putting information out. The question may be more, is it understood and usable when we're looking at it? The other thing that I would say is I know that at least for the, in the portfolios, again, that transmission capability estimate does inform that. But on the question of incentives, as a developer, we view that the incentives are there to utilize the existing transmission capability. The incentives should be there because there's lower transmission costs for building that project. And so from a competitive position where you're more competitively situated to compete in these procurement processes. So I did want to just kind of follow up with, I think the incentive is there. If the information isn't we're not understanding it accurately, and it's not digestible, then I think that is definitely something that we should look at. But I do think from an incentives perspective, it is there. If it's something that we need to work on, making that information you put out more operational in the procurement processes, happy to work on that with y'all in the CPUC venue. But yeah, thank you so much for raising this. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the comment, and like I said, if you have suggestions for making it so that it's more visible and from that alignment, please provide those in the comments. Okay, if there's not any other comments, we can move to the next slide. In this one, as we're looking at it, is should the transmission plan deliverability allocation process be revised? And when we're looking at it, the CAISO is seeking stakeholder input on whether the current, which has worked well during the periods of time when the LSEs were awarding PPAs kind of at a steady pace as they progressed through the renewable process or renewable portfolio standards as we were going through in the earlier processes. But has this kind of become less nimble in today's kind of interconnection environment? And so we're seeking feedback. Is there other methodologies or specific methodologies stakeholders could recommend? An example of this is like, should TPD allocation process be similar to the distribution generation deliverability allocation process, where the TPD is allocated to the LSE, who have resource adequacy obligations, and then assign TPD to projects they enter into PPA with. So, like I say, we're seeking comments as to is there a need and is there specific methodologies posed if there is a need to change the TPD allocation process. And we can go to comments here.
All right, let's go to the first hand raised.
Yeah, hi, Susan Schneider, Phoenix Consulting. I guess we see some, aside from some other qualms about this, some procedural issues here where the DTD is really tied to a very specific location within a PTO's area or to a LSE or PTO's area, really. And it's not clear, since LSEs can buy generation from anywhere throughout the system, how you could allocate some TPD to them for projects that could really literally be located anywhere. I mean, you'd almost have to, I mean, I shudder to say this, but you'd almost have to think about like the MIC allocation or something like that, where there's you know, some proportional allocation and everybody trades back and forth or something. And I don't know of anybody who really likes that process. So I guess I'm not, have you thought about how this would work with the idea that LSEs could buy from anywhere and how you would allocate TPD to the LSEs?
I think it was just as an example in what we're looking at, and by all means, if first question is should there be revisions to it, and second, if you have suggestions for methodology, please submit them in the comments. Really, I wouldn't say that that's the DGD is an example of, but it's not saying it's the only, and that's what we're looking for is comments and feedbacks on specific methodologies that you may consider if you think there's a need to revise the transmission planning deliverability allocation process.
Okay, so you haven't necessarily considered how this might actually work. You're looking for ideas about this, if somebody likes the idea.
Yeah. That's
okay.
Correct.
Okay. Thanks.
All right, let's go to the next caller in the queue.
Songjue Zhu from Grapevine. TPD allocation is highly dependent on the location and the technology of the generators. So today's methodology that allocate to specific generator based on their status, although not perfect, is a very good methodology. We feel that if allocating to any other generic generation, like allocating to LSE, could introduce a lot of inefficiency, could result in both over allocation and under allocation. Then also, like for example, if allocating to LSE, that could create market power for the LSEs. So a generator developer has to sign contract with a particular LSE instead of today they could sign contract with any LSEs. And then a particular issue that we have seen is for the existing energy-only generators. It's very hard for them to get TPD allocation. They can only seek allocation as Group 7, and so that if ISO could consider some modification to allow more opportunity for the energy-only generators to seek TPD allocation, that would be great.
Okay, like I say, appreciate the feedback there, and then like I say, we'll look forward to comments that you have, kind of reflecting that in stakeholder comments.
All right, let's go to the next hand raised.
Jeff, this is Kathleen Vistra. Quick question. So I'm kind of thinking through existing TPD allocation, which does prioritize, to some extent, projects that have PPAs. So this may be circular, but how different, I mean, the TPD allocation kind of already accomplishes allocating TPD to projects that LSE have procured today. Do you see it that way?
Well, there is priorities for it. I guess that's the question, is that adequate? And that's what we're seeking feedback is there any ways to, should the process be considered for revisions, taking into consideration what you've already noted?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to the next slide. The next, there's 5 items, and looking in interest of time, maybe what I'll do is go through the 5 items, and then we'll take questions kind of on the broader as we're looking at them for reform. But there's a number of like say, broader reform issues, given the existing supply conditions, and the need to accelerate and sustain pace of the resource procurement and the interconnection of those procured or those resources. And So item number 1 is how can the interconnection process and incoming applications better align with the procurement interest in this kind of, and the next one kind of ties to the earlier comment that we had, or slide that we had. And how can the interconnection process and procurement activity align with the transmission system capabilities and renewable generation portfolios developed for planning purposes? And the third one is, should interconnection application requirements differ for resources that are located or that are location constrained versus resources like standalone batteries that can be located elsewhere on the system? And like I say, we'll go through the 5 of them, and then we can go for questions. So, and then the next one is should a solicitation model be considered for some key locations and constraints not addressed in portfolio development where commercial interest is the primary driver? And then the 5th one was while the tariff currently allows a project to achieve its COD within 7 years, if a project cannot prove that is actually moving forward to permitting and construction, should the CAISO be able to terminate the GIA earlier than the 7-year period? And so those are the broader issues for seeking in terms of comment on how to address or is there a need to address, and if so, potentially how. So that concludes, I think, to the main body of the slides. And if there's not any questions, Isabel, then can turn it back to you or Danielle.
Thanks, Jeff. As a reminder to raise your hand, if you use the Call Me feature, you can click the raise hand icon located above the chat panel. If you did not use that Call Me feature, you'll need to press #2. And it looks like we have one question in the queue, so let's take that one.
Brent, you are unmuted. Go ahead and talk.
Testing. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so this is Brent Buffington from Southern California Edison. I had a question about number 4 here. I don't quite understand what the question is. So where commercial interest is the primary driver, what is this getting at?
Well, it's getting at is in the portfolios and in locations. It's similar to what we were looking at before. Is in the portfolios being located in areas, but the queue may have, and parties looking at developers looking to develop in other areas than where the CPUC is given guidance to the ISO to build transmission to.
Okay, so similar to one of the earlier ones, kind of the TPP is deterministic, but the real world is stochastic, and how do you, reconcile those two things? And so how do you make the stochastic world closer to the?
I wouldn't quite think those as. Yeah, I'm not sure if it's stochastic in terms and deterministic. We're looking at building transmission based upon the portfolios and kind of where they have been mapped. If commercial interest is being or developers are looking to develop in other areas, just looking at is there other models that in terms of how to manage those and look at or comments as to that as well.
Okay, that's helpful and will help inform our comments. Thanks.
All right, we'll go to the next hand raise. Gary, that would be you.
Sorry, I'm following on to previous comment by SE, and maybe it's just saying it a different way. There is a disconnect between the approach in looking at portfolios versus what the marketplace is providing in the queue. And if those could get better aligned somehow in relation to where transmission, where development may occur versus where it's being proposed to occur, I think would potentially lead to a favorable outcome for everybody. Thanks.
So this is Steve Ruddy. Hey Jeff, I'm gonna help you out a little bit with number 4. I think number 4 also is looking at if the PUC or whoever tells us we need to build transmission to a certain area because there's a lot of commercial interest and much more than ultimately is needed once we build that area out. Should a competitive solicitation model for generation to compete for that capacity that we're building out to those areas be put in place? Instead of allowing, that would reduce the number of studies. We say, okay, we can put in 1,000 megawatts out there, and we're going to have a competitive solicitation for that 1,000 megawatts of generation. I think that's how it was explained to me originally. So should we look at a competitive solicitation model for generation where we have a lot of commercial interest and we're going to build out transmission too?
Thanks, Steve.
All right, we have another hand raised.
Yeah, Susan Schneider, Phoenix Consulting. I guess I'm not really quite understanding how. So a generator's already got to go and get, maybe do a competitive solicitation for the actual generation for the PPA, and then they're going to have to come and do some competitive solicitation for the transmission that they need in order to get the PPA. And somehow those, I'm not sure how that makes it more coordinated with the procurement if you've still got 2 different processes to do it. So it would help to get just a little more of what you're thinking about. I'm not, there are already generators that are competing with each other to get transmission or TPD at least, and to have this be some sort of outside process, it's just not clear to me what was sort of intended here.
Well, I think this idea came from stakeholders, and we're trying to do our best to put out what their idea was. So yeah, it definitely needs a lot of fleshing out. But again, I think the way it was explained to me is you build a major transmission out to a portfolio area, and we say we have a fixed amount of capacity there, and we only are going to study that much, and folks have to compete for that amount. Yeah, it's a very different model, and just something that we would like to hear more about.
Okay.
Okay, I am not seeing any other questions, so I'm going to wrap up here with these next step slides, and then we will break for lunch. So here we have our proposed initiative schedule. So we're here at the stakeholder workshop on October 19th. We do have comments due on the preliminary issue paper and today's workshop discussion by the 28th. And then we are targeting to post the issue paper and straw proposal towards the end of November. We have the 22nd here as a tentative date. And then we'll have a call to discuss that paper in December. And then some other dates here for phase 1. We have the revised straw proposal targeting January, draft final targeting March. And then that would take us to the May 2022 Board of Governors meeting for phase 1, and then the November 2022 Board of Governors meeting for phase 2. So again, these dates are out there, but they are tentative and subject to change. So everything will be confirmed through a notice in the daily briefing. And then as far as comments go, again, they will be due October 28th. through the commenting tool. The template is available out there on the initiative webpage, which is linked here on this slide. But if you do have any questions, you can send those to isostakeholderaffairs@kaiso.com, which is the email here on this slide as well. I am seeing one more question in the queue, so let's take that before we head to lunch.
Hey, Isabella, Susan Schneider again. I know you're expecting this complaint, but we had literally 1 week to put together comments for this, which is very difficult, particularly for, I know there are other organizations besides ours, but very, very difficult to try and coordinate with people. And there's 9 days between today and the due date, including a weekend. Is there any possible way that we could get 2 weeks? So Kaiso is usually really, really good about that, and we appreciate that so much. If there's any way to give us those few extra days, it would be extremely helpful, and I think the quality of the comments you get will reflect the additional time as well.
Yeah, thanks for that question, Susan. And we have received some other requests from stakeholders, so I can certainly run it past the team, but I am going to refer to maybe Danielle for that answer.
We'll take that request back to the team and see, if we can accommodate your request.
Okay, thank you very much. We really appreciate that.
Okay, then we will go ahead and break for lunch and then pick it back up at right about 1 o'clock with the stakeholder presentation. So we'll have SCE to start us off, and then Gridwell, and then LSA and SCIA. So have a great lunch, and we'll see you back here in an hour. right, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back from lunch and welcome back to today's Interconnection Process Enhancements workshop. We are going to kick off this afternoon with the stakeholder presentations. So first we have SCE. So I'm going to hand it over to Gary Holdsworth, and he will give the presentation on SCE's proposed issues. Gary?
Thanks. Just checking everyone can hear me.
Yep, we can hear you.
Great. Thanks so much. If you could go to the first slide or the, all right. So this is in relation to the first phase. This is an item that's already being contemplated by the ISO to look at, and that's section 6.8. Our desire or our request is to, to look at who gets the cost responsibility when an error or omission is discovered after initial IFS postings have been made. I think that's already being looked at. We also want to make sure, it's kind of a confusing section to me. It's written pretty strangely in that I think it would really benefit from more of a decision tree because, errors and omissions can be discovered after initial postings have been made that can potentially change. And we also want to kind of we would propose to make the paths in this a little more explicit. In other words, I have a bunch of bullet points that potentially could go into a very easy little decision tree that might help this process. Number one is, is the error omission discovered considered substantial? So there's already a test for that in this section, but maybe we can make that the first bullet and so on and so forth. So it has to do with, is it substantial or not? What is the timing? Is it before or after IFS has been posted? Does it matter if it's the first or the second? Does the error omission require a change to any of the cost responsibilities or cost exposures as outlined here? Does the error omission require a revised study to be issued? Because I think that depends on a few factors. And does it reset the clock for the next IFS posting? That's also somewhat buried in section 6.8 today, but it could be more easily understood if it was clarified into kind of a decision tree. And then finally, which party is ultimately cost responsible for the error omission? So the goal in all this is to remove the ambiguity, or at least help clarify what happens when errors and omissions are discovered during the process. And that's our proposal, is to really kind of look at section 6.8 holistically. And our recommendation is to kind of use a decision tree to help that process. I'll take any questions if anybody has any.
Susan, I see you have a question. Go ahead. You have to unmute yourself on WebEx.
Sorry, I wasn't sure how this is all working. Okay, yeah. Sorry, Susan Schneider, Phoenix Consulting. I think that we would really support making this more explicit. And I guess I have, one of the things that's raised this issue is San Diego's recent discovery of what they characterize as a mistake in their modeling for the Cluster 12 projects, where they have discovered 24 circuit breakers that are going to take 5 years to fix, and they are actually looking to allocate cost to projects for Cluster 12, which seems to us to be a fairly substantial, 2 or 3 years after the studies are done, something that takes 5 years and actually allocates cost seems like a fairly substantial error and omission, and yet it was put out in a reassessment study. So yeah, we would definitely like to see some clarification in this area, and think this is a really, really good approach.
Thank you. ISO have any questions?
As a reminder, if you have a question and you'd like to enter the queue, if you use the Call Me option, you'll need to press the Raise Hand icon, which is located on the right-hand side above the chat window. If you dialed in separately and did not use that Call Me option, you'll need to press #2. we'll give it and see if we have any questions. Okay.
All right, so in the area of phase 2, longer term enhancements, we kind of have 3 things we wanted to bring to the table. First, and this is coming from feedback from within, our organization, not just me, not just, Grid Interconnections, also our engineers and our folks that compile the studies and a bunch of other things. So first off, a due date or dates for curing deficiencies in Appendix Bs. We found that there is none in the tariff today. It without some, a due date and some little bit of teeth in it, what we're finding is Appendix Bs being delayed and then being submitted, and that can sometimes delay the starting of the phase 2 study. And I don't think anybody wants to do that. So I think this is just closing a loop in a way that allows time to have a cure of an Appendix B if it's found deficient, but putting a timeline or deadline on that so that we don't delay the start of phase 2 studies. So that's the first item. I'd be happy to go through all 3 and take questions, or I guess that's kind of how we've been doing it. So I'll go to the second one, if that's all right. So the second one is, wow, this was a big one, obviously, in the supercluster. It went to extreme, but even in QC 12 and 13, we saw it that, the IR validation and the deemed complete was sometimes not deemed complete. We had projects not being deemed complete and going into a scoping meeting. And I think that just, it adds unnecessary complications to those scoping meetings, maybe makes them not as useful as they could be when we're still finagling over certain aspects of the interconnection. I know, again, experience in the supercluster, we had a large number of projects that weren't deemed complete before the scoping meetings. I'm hoping that maybe we could, have a stakeholder discussion about what's in the art of possible here to make the scoping meetings more meaningful with complete applications at the time we hold them. So that's the second item. That's kind of a request. And the third is, this is coming from a real live example. So in the more recent IPE, I think that concluded was a couple years ago, last one we did, there was a discussion or a point that was clarified, and some edits were made to the tariff about sharing, GenTie or PTO interconnection facilities or any related RNUs at the substation in the same cluster. The challenge is the way things are rolling out into the real world. We have now proposals to share these type of facilities across clusters, meaning project in 12 or 10, cluster 10, and 13 or 14, comes in and wants to share the same GenTie either with an affiliate or even a non-affiliated customer. And we want to encourage that, but we're concerned about the section 14.2.2 in relation to that, where the earlier GIA not to be executed, but we have a study result, a non-executed GIA, and the project withdraws, and they're sharing facilities. What happens to the shared IRNUs? And so this is just an addition to something that was recently thought was fixed, but we found even a more of a fix needed because of the sharing across clusters. Our position is that the IRNUs in this case will be treated as CANUs for later generation and not PNUs or precursor upgrades. And we've already received feedback from ISO legal staff that they do not, this exclusion, meaning the sharing of IRNUs and so forth, and not evoking 14.2.2 if someone terminates or withdraws. That does not imply in a case where shared IRNUs is a standalone network upgrade, such as a looped-in substation. And we're okay with that exclusion. But generally, we're concerned about the 14.2.2 and the backstop financing responsibility for shared facilities type RNUs, either within the same cluster as is provided in the tariff, but between clusters, across clusters. That's kind of complex, and I will take any questions. Susan has her hand up.
Yeah, I've read this about 14 times, and I'm still not 100% sure what you're exactly trying to get at. So maybe we could take them one at a time. So, and I'm really talking about the third bullet, as you can imagine, not the other two. Right. So it sounds like what you're trying to do, let's say there are two projects that are sharing a GenTie, and then there's the IRNU, which is something at the substation to terminate the GenTie. Correct. And I think what you're trying to do is to say that if the two projects are sharing the GenTie and one of them drops out after executing a GIA.
No, before.
Before executing a GIA. Well,
right.
But you said it's not subject to GitApps 14.2.2, and doesn't GitApp 14.2.2 allow, if a project drops out without a GenTie, just dump it on the other project? That's why I was trying to figure out what you were actually saying here.
Well, okay, so the whole point is what happens to the shared IRNU in this case, because the interconnection facilities flow too. There's no cap, no. All right, so I think I misspoke. So it would be okay after the GIA executed for the first, the earliest in queue. Okay.
Yeah.
So let me restate. So they have executed, but they have a need to terminate their GIA for whatever reason. Right. And they're sharing that IRNU with a later, queued project in a different cluster, not necessarily the same cluster, because I think the same cluster is dealt with already in the tariff. So, yeah, it is. So it's the same idea, but it's cross clusters as opposed to in the same cluster. So.
Okay, but RNUs in general, RNUs so you're saying they're not subject to 14.2.2, meaning you can, normally if it was already after an executed GIA, then the PTO would have to do the funding for the later project. And you're saying you don't want that to happen. You want the later project to still have to do the later queued project to still do the funding. And that's why you're saying it's to be treated as a CANU instead of a PNU, even though there's already an executed GIA. Right. Okay, and what is the justification for that?
Well, essentially, but for because they're sharing, this is the way I understand it, and I'm actually, my colleague Carlos Gonzalez could chime in if he wants, if he could raise his hand if I say anything wrong. But the idea is they're sharing the IRNU today, and the idea is that there is a party there that is, but for the earlier queued, would be having to build their own GIA or own IRNU, their GenTie. They happen to be sharing, but if that first party goes away, that they still need to interconnect. They still need that facility. Does not seem fair to make the PTO come out of pocket for that but for the sharing, they'd have to build their own GenTie anyway. So I think that's kind of the idea there. And we are excluding out looped in substations from this idea because.
Yeah, I want to get to that in a minute because I wasn't sure I understood that one either, but let's try to close out this one first.
Right.
Okay, so when the second project would go to sign a GIA, normally, if there's still the first project there, usually there's some kind of provision for if they're sharing PTOs interconnection facilities, there's basically something that says, well, if they drop out, you're stuck with the cost. Okay, that's usually what happens.
There's a shared facilities agreement typically. All right, that's
Yeah.
it's not discussed here,
Okay.
but that's usually the practice is to have, those T's and C's outlined in a shared facilities agreement that's referenced in the GIA.
Right. Okay. I'm sure we'll have some comments on this, but I just want to make sure I understood what you were saying. So now let's go to the second part of this, which is the exclusion doesn't apply where it's a standalone network upgrade. So how is that different from the other situation?
Well, I think the point there is, as a standalone network upgrade that could potentially be financed by the customer, or financed and built, then we don't think it's less likely the case that there would ever be a concern that the backstop financing would kick in.
Is it because something like that would be just because it's being built as a standalone network upgrade because it's separate from the PTO's current facilities, but other projects perhaps might use it besides just another project sharing a GenTie, right?
Well, yeah, that's true. That's true regardless. It eventually becomes part of the network, but as far as the construction of it, it's being done by the customer in the case of they have the option to build, right? So it's more along the lines of, we don't think the scenario, we're not concerned as much, and the ISO was concerned, ISO legal staff was concerned that we didn't want to throw a blanket on that effort, and we didn't intend to do that. So we're okay with agreeing to having that exclusion.
So in our situation,
just to say something again on this real world example that we had, and so but it was made clear to us by that they would not support this kind of treatment had it been a loop-in substation.
Okay, so in the situation where the first project comes in and they have both this line position that is assigned to them and they are doing a standalone network upgrade, and then they sign the GIA and then they drop out. So the substation position would be allocated. That cost to be allocated to the other project sharing it. But if they had the standalone network upgrade, now the PTO has to build it. But that would be the PTO would have to finance that under your proposal.
Right.
Okay. We'll give that some thought. But thanks. I appreciate the explanation.
I understand it's a little deep in the weeds, but I do appreciate your thinking about it and helping me walk through it, because I'm learning myself at the same time. Thank you.
Okay.
So that really concludes what we had to say about the items. Did you have any other questions about the other two, Susan?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Okay.
I see a question from Sonja, so we'll take that one.
Hi, Gary. This is Sonja Zhu from Greenbright. I just have a comment on your second item. So the IR validation process has become more and more rigid in the recent years. I have to admit that I personally contribute a lot to that. It takes a lot of effort now on both the PTO ISO side and the interconnection customer side to have the IR deemed complete. So I think it's probably better to break down the IR validation requirement into two categories. Some are basic requirements that must be complete before the scoping meetings. Then some are more advanced requirements that can be discussed at the scoping meeting, and that helps the customer to cure those deficiencies. And those can be complete just before the start of the study process.
I think that's a wonderfully swell idea. And I appreciate your comments on that. And we definitely will probably put that in our comments. So thank you. I would totally agree.
Okay, I'm seeing one question in the chat here. If the CAISO were to assign timelines for customers to respond to additional data requests, are you suggesting also to allow the CAISO to withdraw the project for failure to provide the requested information in that time frame? And that question is from PG&E.
Well, I think the point is to try to, I think as Sanju just mentioned, what we're trying to do is get good data to start scoping meetings and then leading into studies, to get that as soon as possible. If there, and you know, the ISO can be applauded for its efforts to try to make that work better. What we're finding though is holding a scoping meeting where we really don't know the POI is problematic. So I'm just backing up from that. You know, and I think maybe people can appreciate that. Try to find a way to get that validation done. And if it's we find deficiencies, and those deficiencies have to be turned around quickly, or else it mucks up the process. So that's all we're saying. I don't, getting to the point where we have to withdraw someone for not providing, required data. I think that exists in the tariff today, but we usually try not to get there. We try to work with the customers, but doing it well, going into a scoping meeting without a really well-defined project is always problematic. So that's what we're responding to. Certainly, well, I'll just add, certainly at some point, if the IC is just not being responsive or not providing timely responses even after a scoping meeting, there should be some way to require them to withdraw. So there should be some stopping point at some point, but I don't know if we really ever want to get there.
Do you have any other questions?
Okay. Well, I appreciate your letting us talk at today's meeting. Thank you.
And thanks, Gary. And thanks for taking the time to put together those proposed issues. Okay. Now we will move to Gridwell's presentation. So we have Rayanne Quadro on the line. So I will hand it over to Rayanne.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Wonderful. Thank you so much to the CAISO for hosting today's stakeholder workshop. I think that, an effort like this in advance of a scoping meeting or paper is really worthwhile. My name is Rayanne Quadro. I work at Gridwell Consulting. Prior to that, I worked at the CAISO for almost 10 years. I worked in the queue management department and also in information technology as the product owner for RIMS, Oasis, and CMRI. I think I'm going to wait until after the end of my presentation today to take any questions, just because the two topics go together a little bit. Thank you. I thought about a lot of things that I wanted to present today. It was really hard to narrow one down, but the thing that I think ultimately is the biggest problem we're experiencing in the interconnection process right now is that the interconnection queue far outstrips any estimate of future need. We look at the California Public Utilities Commission preferred system portfolio for 2032. The estimate for that need is about 42 gigawatts. The CAISO's current interconnection queue, including cluster 14, is 164 gigawatts. And I don't think that is typical. The queue has always far outstripped any expected portfolio. I think interconnection is at a major inflection point if we're really going to, meet the current need and move towards 100% renewables. And so, as I've heard today too, we really can't squander our scarce time studying projects that are unviable. I think a lot of projects in the queue are speculative, and I think it is because developers don't have sufficient data to evaluate potential project interconnection sites. They resort to hedging their risk with those extra interconnection requests to see, where they can get the best deal. but I think that they're really, a lot of those projects are destined to fail at the outset. Next slide, please. So the CAISO has revolutionized its interconnection process in the last 10 years. This is the 4th iteration of the Interconnection Process Enhancements Initiative, and the relevant BPMs have been revised almost 60 times through the PRR process. The GitApp is really flexible and does meet a lot of commercial needs, but without data that reflects all those modernizations, stakeholders can't independently evaluate interconnection queue trends. They can't develop data-driven opinions for this IPE. And I don't think that we're going to see a reduction overall in those speculative processes. Transparency and reporting, I'm hoping, can be updated to match the current interconnection procedures. Next slide, please. When we think about data, I want to draw a distinction of availability versus accessibility. Availability would mean that the data is out there, but accessibility is as important as availability, or maybe more. Accessibility is the quality of being able to find it, use it, and understand it, and really apply it to your portfolio. So increasing CAISO's data accessibility, I think, will drive better policy outcomes, increase the likelihood that we come to consensus in phase 2 of this initiative, and I also think will reduce the amount of conflict, disputes, and so forth that happen in our interconnection processes. If we're not working from a value set that is the same, we all have different ideas from our different spreadsheets about what's happening on the grid, but the CAISO has that information and is the authority for a lot of that information, so it would be better distributed by them. We would also all experience improved efficiency and have more time for fun policy development work instead of doing VLOOKUPs and index matches in Excel. Next slide, please. There are standard methods for increasing data accessibility. I've included sort of the 4 major ones here: providing data in an accessible format, usually Excel, including summary dashboards with key metrics. The CAISO is already really good at providing summary dashboards. I think we see that in today's Outlook and how much visibility and literacy is around sort of day-to-day market trends, and that's really fostered by today's Outlook. I'd like to see some sort of dashboard to bring visibility to the interconnection queue and some of those trends, perhaps also on the CAISO website. From a data analysis standpoint, data needs to include primary keys to facilitate analysis. Primary keys means a unique identifier per data so that it can be pulled together from multiple sources. In this industry, that's queue position or resource ID. And then finally, data dictionaries are also important so that we have shared meanings for values. The interconnection queue has a really good example of a space where values and meanings can be misunderstood. There's a column in the queue that says total megawatt, and without knowing that that total megawatt column represents the net to POI, or the interconnection capacity, it would be very easy for somebody not familiar with the queue to think that total megawatt means nameplate, and it does not. Next slide, please. So I listed here some opportunities that the interconnection queue could be improved with. I won't read them off here, but I did want to sort of just provide an idea about that, especially the partial capacity deliverability status by percent or megawatt would be really helpful to know. You can't tell if a 100 megawatt project has PCDS, if that's for 10 megawatts or 90. Also, providing phase level detail for these projects would be great. We do see in the queue a lot of projects that are very large. You know, I think the largest one in the queue right now is 3,200 megawatts. I think we all know that's not going to come online all at once, and we could have a better idea about, you know, what we were expecting if that was broken out and transparent. Most of this information is available in other CAISO sources, TPP documents, NQC spreadsheets, other places, but it's not always easy to pull together, and it requires a fair bit of interpretation. Next slide, please. There are also some opportunities for improving data transparency in transmission planning data. The study reports have really great data, and they're very clear that those reports, the data in those reports comes from spreadsheets. It would be great if the CAISO could share those spreadsheets. If providing them on the NDA site is what that requires due to confidentiality, that makes sense. But getting them into a format that supports analysis would be appreciated. Also, I think additional visibility into transmission project tracking in the form of perhaps a transmission queue report that shows the expected in-service date for transmission projects would be really helpful and would allow developers to get ahead of expected delays to their project and take a proactive approach instead of waiting to find out after an inquiry that their earliest achievable in-service date has been delayed. Next slide, please. So all of that sort of data transparency and cleanup, I think, lays a strong foundation for addressing the bloated interconnection queue and the amount of speculatory positions in the queue. Next slide, please. I prepared here some data that looks at what I think of as the modern interconnection queue. When I put this analysis together, I excluded all the serial projects because that they represent, statistics from a time that was truly a different interconnection process altogether, different timelines and expectations. I also excluded clusters 13 and 14 because they haven't had time to mature yet and give us any good data about what might be coming forward. So with that, we see that only 1 in 10 interconnection requests ultimately reach COD, and of that 1 in 10, they actually only represent 4% of the proposed megawatts in the queue. And so this, to me, is the strongest point that there are speculatory positions in the queue. I think that, we can all see sort of a huge opportunity to improve effort efficiency with those numbers. And superclusters are really, I think, a problem, not a solution to this issue. It extends an already difficult study process to 3.5 years, and there are existing alignment challenges in terms of procurement and executing PPAs. The PPA transmission plan deliverability question is basically a chicken and egg question. Next slide, please. So I listed here some drivers for superclusters. Of course, expected procurement levels are going to drive a supercluster. I don't think that could be controlled for, but there are some other items that I think should be discussed as we consider how to be more effective with interconnection requests. The interconnection process currently has a low threshold for entry. It costs the same to request 30 megawatts as it does 1,000 megawatts. Currently, if you do not have land rights for your interconnection request, you can provide a $250,000 deposit. But that deposit is never at risk, and so it makes me wonder if it has any effect at all. Projects have limited financial motivation to drop out before the completion of phase 1. And I think that's because those phase 1 reports provide the information on curtailments, known transmission constraints, and some insight into deliverability maybe that they couldn't get without entering the queue. Ultimately, it appears that financial drivers are the most effective at reducing the queue because only 2% of interconnection requests that execute GIAs end up withdrawing. With that, I'd be happy to take questions. Thank you so much for your time today and your consideration.
Hi, Rayanne. This is Kathleenlbert from Vistra. I don't have a question, but I did want to just follow up because, a lot of your presentation hits home hard, and I think that these are phenomenal points to raise. And, you know, you said much more eloquently described what I think I was stumbling around earlier before we took our break, that there's all this information out there that is informing development and procurement, such as the transmission capability estimates and the TPP results that kind of are providing guidance. But maybe it's not, and I think I use the word digestible, but I think that what you described as accessible is an excellent level setting of what I was trying to get at. So I, just want to say thank you for defining that, because I think I was struggling with trying to put into words. We have this information, I know it's available, but I don't know if it's accessible enough that it's being operationalized effectively. Does that resonate with you?
Absolutely. And I think sometimes, as those of us are really in this niche industry, we forget that there are people who need to access and understand this data that don't have the familiarity with it that we do. And so, being able to find it, use it, and understand it is really important. And that is, that's on top of it being available. So I really appreciate that. And your comments earlier resonated with me as well.
That's great. I wanted to raise another example, kind of just on more of the nitty gritty you gave on the types of data. And I mean, you speak to my data management and data analyst background when you talk about primary keys. But that is so true. And while I don't build database, data sets anymore and use them on my day-to-day, it's something that I'm passionate about for my team. We do try to access the data that's available, and it has become an art, and it's definitely an expertise in this industry to make that data available. I'll share that one of the challenges that I have come across is that I need to cobble together to try to, derive some meaningful information and have some insights into where projects fit within this broader planning effort, kind of on the point of how do we, think about this longer term and make it operational. I have to pull from CEC data sets that have substations mapped to transmission zones that are used in their efforts. Compare those to, there's also documents the CPUC has available, and then compare that to the reports and information that CAISO puts out. And there's always, like I said, a bit of an art trying to map the information that's available across the three. So having some even alignment and consistency, just to I just want to broaden what you're suggesting to make it really accessible, and not only accessible, but operational. I think we have to acknowledge that things have to be connected and mapped across these three modeling and analytic groups that put out information for use in these processes. Thanks.
Yeah, I think those of us who do data analysis across all three entities externally have our own lists of renewable zone to study area to sub area, particular P node, and it's difficult to pull together. I know I'm always sharing with colleagues externally sort of information to that end. And I think having that information come forward from the authoritative sources increases efficiency industry-wide, but almost more importantly, decreases disputes and misunderstandings and mistakes. So thank you so much for expanding on that point.
Are there any other questions?
Okay, well, happy to take questions over email if something comes up later. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thanks, Rayanne. Okay, now we will move to our last stakeholder presentation for today. So I will hand it over to Susan for the LSA and SEIA proposed issues.
Hi, thank you. Yeah, I always hate to be the last one, but as you can imagine from the developer's perspective, we probably have the most complaints. And so we took basically what were specific suggestions that came from the members, and we backtracked and really tried to define the issues here. And I want to make really clear that we have some suggestions here about where things would go, but I really want to make clear that we're very, very open to any suggestions and input from others on the issues that we've raised. So literally what we have here is perhaps one position given the week or so we had to put all of this together, but we are very open-minded and really want to hear what other people have to say. So we're very interested and hope people will comment on these issues. Can you go to the next slide, please? Okay, we have, you know, in the main topic areas is obviously speeding up the new resource implementation in a couple of different ways. We wanted to think about using the TPD that has been allocated more efficiently and maybe think about some reshuffling that could happen in those areas. Looking at improving the TPD allocation process, and then we have sort of the catch-all of other issues. So let's move forward. So these are our phase 1 topics, and as you'll see when we get to phase 2, there's some things that we may want to move to phase 1 depending on the timing and when things might happen for phase 2. So, you know, these are just a list. Let's go ahead and go on to the next slide, which is the first issue slide. So we've seen a lot of situations where things are working just fine the way they are. Things are, you know, projects are operating, they're connected to substations, they're generating electricity. But in the interconnection studies, there's new standards that come up, and sometimes there's CRAS or RAS kind of things, sometimes breaker and a half conversions, things where and we understand standards will change over time, but one of the things that delays new projects from coming online is the fact that there are new standards that are being implemented, and sometimes those can take, we've seen, you know, for CRAS 2 to 4 years occasionally in delays for projects to reach the commercial operation. So we'd like to at least have people consider situations where projects can interconnect using whatever the existing equipment standards are, even temporarily, and do the upgrades afterward if necessary, or potentially accelerating the PTO work, but we know there are some issues around that. But the idea is that if things are working fine the way they are, if a substation can work the way it is, if a project can be connected and operate, perhaps with 2 to 4 years later being added to a CRAS or something like that, then perhaps those projects can be allowed to move ahead and reach their COD closer to when they would requested it to happen. So I'm going to just take any questions at any time anybody wants to put them in. So are there any questions here? Okay, I'm going to keep going. The lack of transparency about interim deliverability, we had a bit of a discussion about this, but the idea here is, especially when you've got some DNUs that would take a long time, it's really important for projects to be able to contract and have some idea if their projects are really viable and could use interim deliverability earlier. It would give people more confidence that they could contract even before the DNUs are ready if they knew and wouldn't have to postpone their CODs to match their DNUs or drop out completely if it's because it's such a long time. If there could be better information about interim deliverability. Normally what happens is you might get something in a phase 2 study and then you don't really know anything until you come on, you know, the year before you come online, you might show up in the the annual NQC list process as having interim deliverability, but there's not a lot of information that's provided in between. And so it's not something anyone has any confidence in. So we do understand that these things can change based on the topology of the system and which projects come on when. But if there's some way to tie together the phase 2 study and then that long gap until the year before you come online, where we could have some interim deliverability estimates in the meantime that could be updated if necessary, that would be very helpful information to have. So, you know, anyway, that's the suggestion, is to provide better and more frequent estimates of interim deliverability updated more frequently. Okay, so we'll move on to the next slide. And if anybody wants to raise their hand at any time, feel free to do that. This was kind of a weird idea, and we don't have any idea if it would really actually work. But it's people notice that there's some earlier queued projects that have later CODs, and there's some later queued projects that have earlier CODs. And sometimes the later queued projects that want to come online earlier have to wait because the upgrades that are assigned to them have later in-service dates, whereas some of the upgrades assigned to the earlier queued projects that have later CODs have, they sort of, because they were earlier queued, have sort of first dibs on the available upgrades. So what we are proposing here, and again, we're not 100% sure this would actually help, but to take a look at restacking the LDNUs and RNUs. So if you were starting from scratch, and let's say you sequence projects by their CODs instead of their queue positions, is there some way that you could reassign, not cost-wise, but just in terms of logistics, could you reassign the earlier queued or the earlier queued projects get the faster upgrades, and the later queued projects who can afford to wait get the later upgrades or later in-service date upgrades? So anyway, it's an idea. It's a little bit conceptual here, and we don't really know if this would work, but if there is any way to allow some of those later queued projects that want to come on a little earlier, perhaps this would be one way to allow them to do that. Okay, let's move on to the next slide. This is Debbie and I had a little discussion about this earlier, but and when I do want to say, when I say POI here, what I really mean is the substation and voltage level for the interconnection. So it doesn't necessarily mean that the POI, which I understand really refers more to the project right before it gets to the substation. So what we really mean here is that basically if a project's coming into the same substation, has the same at the same voltage level as another project that comes in, then basically there's no, it seems like the deliverability impact on the system would be the same for two different GIAs coming into the same substation. But right now, you can only do TPD transfers between generating units under the same GIA. So this would be a way possibly to try and shake some things loose at certain, particularly at Whirlwind or some of the substations where you have a lot of projects coming in, where to allow TPD transfers between different projects at the same substation and voltage level. And perhaps even that might allow the projects that have that deliverability, which is a valuable commodity, to monetize it, sell it to another project that can really use it, and maybe allow that project to drop out of the queue. So instead of sitting there and holding on to it and trying to hold on for at least 7 years, at which point they have to prove something, they could get out of the queue and make some money in the deal by transferring the TPD between projects. It also allows developers that have more than one project at a substation to perhaps transfer the deliverability from a project that isn't moving or isn't contracted to one that is, and allow them to withdraw the project that is not really moving ahead. So the idea here would be to take the TPD that's allocated. Right now you can't, and to allow it to be transferred more fluidly. And these may not be the only ways you could do that, but allow things to happen more fluidly with the TPD transfers. And we threw in a last bullet point here that basically says, well, if you're looking at one of the things that the CAISO is doing in the TPP is to possibly look at some deliverability increase projects. And it may be cheaper actually to pay projects to drop out or convert to energy only in some of those areas rather than do another upgrade. So that's another, again, just a conceptual, an idea here. So I'm going to keep going unless somebody has their hand raised. And if nobody says anything, I'll assume they don't. Okay, this reassessment accommodation, this is actually a somewhat urgent matter now and has become more urgent with the San Diego situation I referenced earlier. What happens is for TPD allocation and retention, of course, most of the time it requires either you have to have a PPA or you have to be shortlisted. Everything is due in the first week of December. And so when a project gets a TPD allocation, if they have a PPA, of course, they just need to hold on to it. If they get a Group 2 allocation where they have a short list or active negotiation position, by the next cycle and the next set of affidavits, they have to have acquired a PPA, and by the cycle after that, they have to have an approval of that PPA. So what happens, especially with the Group 2 projects, is once they get their TPD allocation, they're really racing. It's not a lot of time to get an executed PPA by the following retention deadline on the next December. And so that is combined with the fact that this year, usually reassessment reports are usually issued around July 31st, but at least some of the reports came out at the end of August, and the big San Diego one with the 24 circuit breakers came out in the middle of September. So you can see what you're doing really here is potentially providing significant information and new information and adverse information really, really close to the time when the affidavits are due. So the problem is if there are projects that already have PPAs, if their CODs are delayed 3 years, well, they're probably going to lose that PPA. And so that's a problem. And for projects that are really racing to try and sign PPAs, having this kind of thing thrown at them at the last minute practically before the reassessment or the retention affidavits makes it just unworkable. They can't possibly meet that deadline, even though they might have been really, really close. And I know at least 2 projects that were in that the allocation group 2 situation where they were really on the verge of signing PPAs, and then they got one of these bombshells. And it's just, it's not that they're not viable projects, it's just that they cannot possibly adjust in the time that they have. So the question, the issue here is can in the situation, and we have a couple of things like we're talking about here, if there's an errors and omissions, there's that kind of significant impact. There's a lot of significant impact questions here, and this is another one of them, but very urgent for this year, unfortunately, so I'm not sure how this might work, but the idea is perhaps allow maybe a conditional allocation or a conditional retention or some kind of way to accommodate the fact that significant information has come in, and but for that, the project perhaps would have been able to retain it. So if they've already got a PPA and now they lose the PPA because of that, if they can demonstrate that was the reason, or if they were, if their other counterparty says, yeah, I would have signed this PPA with them, but now we got to talk to them because it's 2 more years, but I would have signed it, if there's some way to demonstrate that that they would have been able to comply and accommodate that within the situation here. So I put in the delays by more than a year or cost increases over a threshold. There's several items in this package of topics that we're looking at here that are in this situation. Look at these kind of limits, and this would be another one of those. Okay, I'm going to keep going. So phase 2, let's move ahead. Approving the TPD allocation process. And when I say next TPD allocation here, I'm thinking I understand there will be a 2023, a March 2023 TPD allocation. So if this can't be done, and there was a question of, well, if this is going to the board in November of 2022, can this be done by March 2023? So there's at least one other item we talked about today. If that can't be done by then we would like to move this into phase 1. So we're hoping this can be done though through phase 2. So this is, again, the same, we talked a little about this, so I'm not going to spend too much time on it, but this is the idea that projects, as you're sharing interconnection facilities and IRNUs, that there's a, for lack of a better term, a viability boost that they probably get already. And because there's cost effectiveness issues, there's less permitting issues, there's less problems in general. If a project ahead of you is either already operating ideally or potentially is just ahead in the queue and moving ahead, there maybe should be some kind of thing, maybe something between groups 2 and 3, some kind of preference given in the TPD allocation process for those kind of projects. So that's the suggestion. Let's keep going. And this was mentioned. I don't remember. It was I think it was Gridbright. But anyway, this was mentioned before also. Energy only capacity additions or energy only projects generally. These are sometimes quick. They're cost effective, and you can get things through the MMA process. But again, you cannot get a PPA without the TPD, but you can't get the TPD without the PPA. So the idea that if energy only capacity, especially added to existing projects or perhaps only added to existing projects, should be able to qualify for group 4 and 5 without being built first. So the idea is that before that you had to build it to show it was viable, but because you got this viability boost because you're sharing facilities, go ahead and let them move ahead without actually having to be built first and let them qualify for group 4 or 5. Okay, let's keep going. Okay, this is, and maybe this is a little bit judgmental in the title here, but the idea here is that there's not really any terrible substantive differences between, if a project has a PPA and they're, then they have a PPA and they're probably going to be viable. And so allowing them, there's no real reason to say, well, just because you went through the queue once, maybe that project that's already been in the queue might even be further ahead developmentally. You don't really know, but they've been around longer. And so maybe this would be some kind of simplification of maybe putting groups 1 and 4 together and groups 2 and 5. So the idea is if you've got a PPA, you've got a PPA, and you should all be on the same footing. If you are shortlisted, then you're shortlisted and you should all be on the same footing. But just because you used to be FCDS and now you're energy only shouldn't necessarily put you at a disadvantage. Okay, let's keep going. We tried this 1 or 2 other times, but it seemed a little more timely now. In the TPP, the CAISO is talking about looking at upgrades to provide additional deliverability beyond the CPUC portfolio upgrades. And there's some in there, and we've put in our comments that look very cost effective and really something the CAISO should consider. But another way to do that, depending on where that effort goes, and we do strongly support that effort, is option B. And option B has never, in our opinion, and we've complained about it before, has never been viable. It's so punitive that nobody takes it. I highly doubt there's been ever any upgrades that have ever been built under these provisions. So the question is it possible to have an option B that is a little fair, is a little more viable, a little way to fund at least some new ADNUs in areas of high commercial interest? So the idea here is take another look at option B and see if something can be done. It's not that helpful to have an option out there that almost nobody can use. Let's keep going. Okay, this is sort of a separate topic, and you wonder, well, why is LSA and SIA commenting on this? Because a huge amount of the members have projects that are now mixed fuel resources, so they have batteries coupled with the other generation that they have. So the issue here, though, is that the battery capacity declines over time. So the NQC is fixed for a year based on the 4-hour sustainable output of a battery, but once the battery starts to operate, the capability does decline 1 to 2% a year, perhaps. So by the end of the year, the battery may or may not be it probably has less capacity than it did at the beginning, and maybe can't even meet the 4-hour sustainable output that was there, depending on how oversized the facility is. So this would take a systematic look, given with all the storage that's coming online, take a systematic look at how to look at battery degradation and how to look at augmentation. Do they always have to be done through MMA requests? Is there ways to augment things that don't require that kind of process? Or how does, as long as you're not increasing the number of inverters, for example. So this would take a more systematic look at NQC and augmentation just for batteries as they degrade over time. Okay, let's go on again. Okay, and we talked about, we're not going to go through all of this here, but basically and this was raised in the CAISO as well, but we wanted to put in just one more issue or criteria, which is the last one. We do think that there should be some consideration of reimbursement for those network upgrades that are useful. We would like the CAISO to have some kind of reciprocity with other jurisdictions, and perhaps that could be part of this as well. And I think it was Gridbright also that said that they wanted qualifying criteria. So we had the same ideas that maybe you should, at least if there's some connection to load in the CAISO, so maybe a pseudo-tie relationship, a PPA or something during the 5-year refund period, something like that. That could be one qualifying criteria or one set of qualifying criteria to get a refund. Okay, let's keep going. I think, yep, here we go. Okay, and we tried this before too, but this is the idea that we are continuing to have affected systems issues, and I know we've been complaining about this for a number of years, but we still have issues where, for example, affected systems want to see the CAISO studies before they even start their studies, or before they tell you what they're doing, it's just, we are continuing to have issues where these kind of things have the potential to come in late, often do come in late. There's no way to actually deal with financial demands. And so we are proposing an optional CAISO study that would allow projects to move ahead you know, and get some information. If there's an identified effective system that have identified some issues that would allow the CAISO to do study to see if something could be done on the CAISO system to mitigate the problem instead of expecting the affected system to do it. Okay, let's keep going. I think that is, keep going. Yep, that is the last slide. So anyway, everyone's been very quiet. So let me just see if anybody wants to ask any questions.
As a reminder to raise your hand, you can do so by pressing the raise hand icon located above the chat window. But if you dialed into audio separately, you'll need to press #2 to enter the queue. And it looks like Gary has a question. So Gary, if you want to unmute your line.
Hey, Susan. The organizations you represent, or the developers that you represent in these organizations, how would you describe, you know, how broad a subsection of the development universe do you think is being covered by your representation?
Well, this presentation is sponsored by LSA and SEIA, which is a fairly broad representation. So mainly solar, but they do, some of the developers do have other fuels as well. And as I said, many of them do have mixed fuel resources in development right now.
Okay. And they represent, you know, national as well as regional builders or developers?
Yes. I mean, Large Scale Solar Association is, you know, basically large developers. So some of them also do have some small projects, but they are mainly large developers with hundreds of megawatts under development. SEIA is a little more small scale, and it has you know, rooftop and other developers in there as well. So it's a broad spectrum size wise and also scope wise as far as you know, national and international development.
Because I'm always interested in hearing developers' point of view on deliverability, because obviously it's a developer issue, not a PTO issue. I think that remains to be seen. You know, it's easily said. But you know, we're all impacted by it. So you know, the fact that deliverability could be on the table, both the technology, you know, the methodology as well as prioritization and all that, is something that we're watching very closely. Thank you.
Yeah, I think, you know, in some ways it's Mike Florio used to have a saying that said, where you stand on a lot of things depends on where you sit. And there's definitely an element of that. But yeah, obviously this is a prime thing. And, you know, even though the CPUC portfolios that have been sent to the TPP process have a huge amount of energy only elements to them, LNG energy only capacity, we have yet to see an RFO by a load serving entity that says, yeah, give me all those energy only resources. We just don't see it. And so it just doesn't seem to reflect the market reality or what the buyers want to buy. And so therefore it's a critical issue for the suppliers.
Bill, you have a question?
Oh, yeah. Well, first I would say where you stand depends on where you sit, is a Rufus Miles quote. But
oh, sorry. Didn't know that.
Okay. That's okay. Just going back on proper attribution. Second, could you elaborate on what, Susan, what you'd like to see in the GitApp or the GIAs that would address battery degradation? I didn't quite.
Yeah, I'm sorry. And who's asking the question? I didn't catch who that was.
Oh, I'm sorry. This is Bill Weaver from the CAISO.
Oh, hi, Bill. Okay. Yeah, I think I don't think it's so much a GitApp GIA thing. I think it's just it's a really broader question for the system. How do you build in a degradation factor? So, for example, your must-offer obligation goes down during the year with your battery capacity. Are the NQC, should they be fixed for the year? Should they not be fixed? I don't think we have a real set idea of this, but we've had several issues where people are concerned about having to put an MMA request to augment their batteries, and you know, what if there's a problem with the MMA request, and you know, over the life of the project, and I think there's just sort of more right now miscellaneous questions, but without a framework to really be attached to. So I think we just like to have some more thought and consideration, and don't really have specific proposals at this point.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, this is Kathleenlbert from Vistra. I just wanted to kind of throw out my 2 cents on the battery degradation. Most people probably know, but for those who don't, we do develop battery storage assets and own and operate a 400 battery. So from the perspective of a storage developer and operator, I would, strongly suggest the scope of your suggestion, Susan, be kind of very focused on the generator interconnection deliverability, the GitApp processes, to ensuring that when augmentation is needed, that there aren't any issues or roadblocks, delays for the MMAs to be processed, rather than introducing a question about the NQC into this process. So I did want to kind of separate those 2 issues. I think from our perspective, if you sell a PPA for a certain megawatt amount, then you have that obligation through the term of your contract. But that is something I'm happy to, if it's not well known that that is an expectation, discuss in the CPUC's venue and ensure that the rules are clear on that point. But I think for this process, really resonates with me that you have concerns that the MMAs might have some challenges and they need to be able to be processed so that we can maintain our obligations under our long-term contracts. Thanks.
And I think that's, Kathleen, I think that's a really good point, because I do think that suppliers that sign those contracts do have that intention. So yeah, I think we'll try and make it clear in our comments that the augmentation really is our question here. Sometimes we've seen a lot of MMA requests that have taken a really long time to get through, and just recently. And we'll have some other conversations probably about that. But yeah, I think the issue here is maintaining the NQC, and I do think that most suppliers that sign those contracts have every intention of doing it. They just need to make sure it can be approved in a timely way, and that there are not a lot of roadblocks. So it's a good point. We agree.
Any other questions? All right. Well, thank you, Susan.
Thank you. I really appreciate the opportunity to do this.
Yeah, thank you to all of our stakeholders for putting together the list of proposed issues and taking the time to present today. We really appreciate it. So we do have some more time on the agenda. So I do want to just open it up and see if anyone else has any other input or proposed issues that they'd like to discuss. Songju, go ahead.
Songju Zhu from Greenbright. We would like to suggest California ISO to examine the electrical independence test criteria. Right now, some the ISP project requests in even PTO's WDAT process, they are required to pass the California ISO's EIT for the transmission level impacts. So those are really small distribution projects, a few megawatt. So the current criteria is based on both the shift factor and flow impact. So those projects literally have 0 flow impact on the transmission level. But the shift factor is independent of project size. It's really just based on the location. So a small distribution level project easily fill the EIT, but actually they don't have any material impact on the transmission capacity of facilities. So would ISO consider redefining those criteria and make it easier for the small distribution projects to pass the EIT in a meaningful sense?
Do we have any other questions from stakeholders? Okay, I'm not seeing any. So we did get a chance to talk internally about the comment deadline, and we will be extending it to next Tuesday, which is November 2nd. So that will be reflected in the commenting tool as well as on the ISO calendar. So again, it will be extended until November 2nd. And if you have any questions on that, please feel free to reach out to ISO Stakeholder Affairs at CAISO.com.
Yeah, this is Susan. Thank you so much for that. We really appreciate it. I know it squeezes you guys by a couple of days, but it really helps us on our end.
Yeah, definitely. No problem. Okay, and then just a couple more things before we wrap up today. I did want to make sure you are all aware that the ISO will be hosting a storage forum on October 28th from noon to 3 p.m. Pacific time, and it will feature a comprehensive discussion by a select panel of energy storage experts. So some of the discussion topics will include the interconnection of storage resources, the integration of storage in other regional markets, as well as enhancements needed to foster participation. So that includes, technologies, storage-specific products, or price signals. It is free, and you can register by end of day, October 27th. We've provided a link here on this slide to register. You can also visit the public forum webpage linked here for more information. And if you have any questions, you can contact Jimmy Bashara. His email is listed here on the slide. You can also send an email to ISO Stakeholder Affairs at CAISO.com. So I encourage you to participate in that forum on the 28th. And then also, if you are not aware, the ISO did recently launch its Energy Matters blog. And the blog provides timely insights into the ISO grid and market operations, as well as other industry-related news. We've highlighted a recent blog post here on this slide for you. So if you'd like to check it out, if you click the image, it will take you directly to the article. And then you could also subscribe to the blog monthly summary, and we've included a link to the subscription form here on this slide as well. So do we have any other questions before we conclude? Okay, not seeing any. I just want to thank you all for your participation today, and thank you to SCE, Gridwell, and LSA and SCEIA for their presentations. We really appreciate you taking the time to put together those proposed issues. Again, thank you, everyone, and have a great rest of your day.